Chapter 1259. Rewind the time to a few days ago. On that day, Ning Fan came to the Black Sea Palace and went into seclusion. A few days later, Ji Fuyao, who was following closely behind Ning Fan, had completed the task of collecting the fragments of versatile news along the way. He had also arrived at Xian Pin Palace. However, he missed the opportunity to hand over the fragment to Ning Fan because he was a step late. Left with no choice, he could only seek an audience with the master of the palace, old ancestor Nu Luo. Greetings, Senior Nu Luo. I have something to ask you. I wonder if Senior can tell me. Nu Luo chuckled. Hee. Just ask whatever it is. You know Lord Ning, so you don't have to be too formal when you talk to me. Senior Nu Luo, may I ask how long Senior Ning will be in seclusion for? Nu Luo replied, never. Then, how long do you think Senior Ning will be in seclusion for? Nu Luo answered, Lord is in seclusion to refine and absorb the food he ate along the way. Judging from the amount he ate, ordinary people would have to enter seclusion for at least 1,000 years. However, with his capabilities, he might come out in less than 100 years. Ji Fuyao exclaimed, What should I do? Do I have to wait for 100 years before I can see Senior Ning again? Nu Luo asked, from what you said, you have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord. Ji Fuyao answered, it's not really urgent. Nu Luo chuckled. Hee. You don't have to hide this from me. I am a quasi-saint realm expert after all, and I have the ancient mirror of Mount Wu. I have already found out about you and Lord. You have the intention to help Lord collect the fragments of versatile knowledge. Now that you have collected quite a lot of them, you naturally want to offer them to Senior as soon as possible. This is the first reason why you came to the North Pole Palace this time, to look for the soul-transforming leaf, Saint Extermination Grass and Dao Sealing Spirit Spring, right? Lord has promised to help you find them, but he still hasn't gotten the Dao Sealing Spirit Spring of the Star Discipline Palace. However, you are in a hurry to use it. Naturally, you hope that Lord can come out of seclusion as soon as possible. This is the second reason. Ji Fuyao sighed. Sigh. Senior is really amazing. I can't hide anything from you. Nu Luo giggled, Hee, you don't have to be so anxious. When the Lord first entered seclusion, he entrusted me to go to the Star Discipline Palace and retrieve the Dao Sealing Spirit Spring for you. Since we've already obtained this item, you can just take it. As for the fragment that you want to give to Master, just give it to me. When Master comes out of seclusion, I will pass it to him. Ji Fuyao, Senior Ning is obviously in a hurry to enter seclusion, but before you enter seclusion, you are still thinking about what you promised me. Just like that, Ji Fuyao gratefully obtained the third item she was looking for. Many days had passed since she entered the North Star Palace. Back then, she had sent a message to all the races. At this moment, there must have been a large number of alchemists who had accepted the invitation and were waiting for her to return and refine perfected Lord Beihai to death. When he thought up to here, it wasn't appropriate for Ji Fuyao to continue staying here, and it was time to leave. There was only one thing that made her feel regretful. She still wanted to see Ning Fan again and thank him for his kindness. However, she did not have the chance to do so now. Nu Luo said, Senior had instructed us before he entered. He knew that you were in a hurry to return to the Feng Nu tribe, so he asked me to tell you that you don't have to wait for him to come out of seclusion. It's more important to deal with your business. I understand. If that's the case, I will leave now. Ji Fuyao stood outside the old parasol tree where Ning Fan was in seclusion. Suddenly, she knelt down and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the cave door. Then, she stared at the cave door for a long time before performing a technique to leave the North Star Palace. Since she could not thank him in person, she did not say another word before she left. However, this kindness had been deeply engraved in her heart. She did not dare to forget it. She could only wait to repay him with her life and death in the future. Outside the North Star Palace of the Feng Mu tribe in the North Boundary River. Purple light suddenly flashed in the sea. Then, the light condensed and a person walked out of it. It was Ji Fuyao. The members of the Feng Mu tribe who were waiting here were overjoyed when they saw their clan leader had returned safely. However, when they took a closer look, they realized that Ji Fuyao had actually lost his physical body and only his demon soul was left. All of them were shocked and furious. How hateful! The demons of the North Star Palace actually dared to do such a vicious thing to the king. The members of the Feng Mu tribe were filled with righteous indignation. One should know that Ji Fuyao had a very high prestige in the clan. He was highly respected by the members of the clan. Naturally, they could not remain calm in the face of this matter. She just lost her physical body. She can just cultivate it again in the future. Don't make a big deal out of it. Ji Fuyao's tone was cold. When facing Ning Fan, Ji Fuyao's behavior was like that of an ordinary woman. It was because that was her original appearance. However, when facing her clan members, she had to maintain the dignity of the clan leader. She had to suppress her true nature and give up on simple happiness. Otherwise, she would not be able to protect her clan members. Otherwise, she would not be able to protect the home that her father and mother left for her. May I ask your majesty if your wish was fulfilled during this trip? One of the clan elders asked nervously. Yes. I've obtained all 3 types of medicinal herbs. Your majesty, you've worked hard. Worked hard? Heh. What do I have to work hard for? All 3 types of medicinal herbs were obtained by a kind-hearted senior for me. If it wasn't for him, not to mention obtaining the medicinal herbs, I would have lost my life in the North Star Palace. Ah. A kind-hearted senior actually helped your majesty. Our clan will definitely remember such a great favor. The members of the clan said. Yes. We should remember this favor. By the way, how many pill refinement masters came after I was away? Ji Fuyao asked. No less than 200 of them. All of them are 8th Revolution pill refinement masters and above. There are even 12 9th Revolution pill refinement masters. There are quite a number of them. Ji Fuyao asked for more details and felt a little tired. During these days in the North Star Palace, she had been fleeing for her life, getting severely injured and searching for fragments of polylore everywhere. She rarely had any rest. Now that she felt relieved, the exhaustion immediately overwhelmed her. Naturally, she could not hide her tiredness from the officials. Thus, they advised her. Since your majesty has returned, why don't you take a rest? We will inform the pill refinement masters who came after the invitation. 7 days later, we will open the cauldron to concoct pills and kill that old bastard. 7 days is too long. Inform everyone that we will open the cauldron tomorrow. That old bastard is definitely not an ordinary person. The longer we keep him alive, the more dangerous it will be. Ji Fuyao ordered. Tomorrow. This. Your Majesty also needs to participate in the process of refining and killing that old bastard. It's better for you to rest for a few more days and build up your strength. It's all right. I'm not tired. Someone, bring me an artificial skeleton. It will temporarily serve as my physical body. I cannot appear in a pathetic state as a demon soul during the furnace opening ceremony tomorrow. Understood. The words, furnace opening ceremony, resonated in the hearts of every Feng Mu clansman. Refining and killing true monarch North Sea tomorrow was not just an execution. It was also a celebration that belonged solely to the Feng Mu clan. The night was as cold as the sea. Ji Fuyao, who had already donned the artificial skeleton, stood in front of the window and gazed at the night view of the clan grounds. Memories flowed quietly in her mind. She missed her father and mother. He missed it so much that his heart ached. However, his king father and queen mother would never be able to return, The only thing that made her feel relieved was that perfected monarch Beihai, who was guilty of numerous crimes, could be executed tomorrow. She could finally comfort her parents in heaven. Hiss. The pain in her body interrupted Ji Fuyao's recollection. She was currently wearing the artificial skeleton that was unique to North Border River. The so-called artificial skeleton was a temporary substitute for the physical body. For a short period of time, the person who wore it would be no different from possessing a physical body. However, it could not truly replace the physical body. That was because the artificial skeleton was not a real physical body. Forcefully fusing the demon soul with the artificial skeleton would cause the two to be incompatible. Every time she circulated her magic power, she would feel intense pain. This artificial skeleton is indeed not a long-term solution. When this matter is over, I'll build a new physical body. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from outside the window. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked in the direction of the cracking sounds. She saw a middle-aged man tearing apart space and walking out. It was a white-haired man surrounded by the light of nine-colored providence. However, the moment he arrived, he quietly retracted the light of providence. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, but it was cold and emotionless. His white hair seemed to have a life of its own as it fluttered in the wind. His eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky, so bright that one could not look at them directly. The moment he stood there, the entire Foam Mu clan seemed to have changed owners. Even the heavenly Tao had to listen to him. His arrival caused quite a commotion, but if he was unwilling, no one apart from Ji Fuyao would be able to detect his arrival. You again. 3-stage celestial sovereigns, Lai Yuko. Ji Fuyao's expression turned ugly when she saw the newcomer. A trace of disgust was hidden in her beautiful eyes. She clearly recognized the newcomer. The newcomer was definitely not ordinary. He was an ancient great cultivator who belonged to the foreign races of the Northern Border River. He had a position above tens of thousands of people and was the leader of the 3-stage celestial sovereigns elected by the various races of the Border River. He had the authority to supervise the various races. Ji Fuyao did not feel the slightest bit of respect for such a person. It was this person. Back then, it was this person who had clearly received news of True Lord North Sea attacking the Foam Mu clan, but had not asked about it. What bullshit leader of the 3-stage celestial sovereigns? He was just a person who did not do anything. There was no need to respect him. The white-haired great cultivator called Lai Yuko did not seem to be angered by a junior calling him by his name. His gaze was still calm, so calm that no emotion could be seen. It was as if he was indifferent to the common people. Humans would not be angered by the disrespect of ants because they could not hear the disrespect of ants. This was the feeling that Lai Yuko was giving off at this moment. This attitude again. This person doesn't care about the affairs of the world at all. Why would such a person be chosen to supervise the myriad races? Ji Fuyao felt powerless and cold. At this moment, Lai Yuko suddenly spoke. Immediately end the furnace opening ceremony. This is the order of the myriad races. What? Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes widened in anger. She did not understand why the aloof Lai Yuko would say such words. Not only that, you have to release that True Lord North Sea as well. You are not allowed to refine him to death, Lai Yuko added. Why? Senior is also an immortal cultivator of the Z-Wei immortal realm. Since you know that I have a blood feud with that North Sea old thief, how can you say such words? Ji Fuyao said indignantly. You are not qualified to know the reason behind it. But if you want to follow in the footsteps of your father and mother, you might as well disobey this order. Lai Yuko said indifferently. He was only here to announce the order, not to answer people's questions. Since the order had been conveyed, his figure flashed and floated away, leaving behind Ji Fuyao who looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She knew that Lai Yuko's orders were absolute because Lai Yuko represented the myriad races of the border river. If she did not comply with the order to release True Lord North Sea, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the myriad races of the boundary river. But why? True Lord North Sea was clearly a cultivator of the northern heaven, an enemy of the myriad races of the boundary river. Why did the myriad races of the Ziwei immortal realm have to protect an outsider and an enemy? She could not understand the reason behind it. She only felt that it was unfair. She had sacrificed everything just to avenge her parents. As an ally of the myriad races, they did not help at all when she was avenging her parents but wanted to obstruct her when she was about to achieve her wish. They were simply immoral. The next day, dawn. The furnace opening ceremony of the Feng New tribe was held as scheduled. In the end, Ji Fuyao did not obey the orders of the myriad races. This was her choice and the choice of the entire Feng New tribe. Even if this choice went against the will of the myriad races of the boundary river, they would not hesitate. My king. This is bad. Those pill refiners who were invited suddenly left one after another. They are not willing to help us kill that old bastard North Sea. We can't continue with the ceremony this time. A soldier reported. Damn it. Is this also the will of the myriad races? Ji Fuyao gritted her teeth. She knew that things were not so simple. Since the myriad races did not allow her to kill True Lord North Sea, the pill refiners invited from the myriad races would naturally not help her. This way, things were back to square one. The Feng New tribe alone did not have the ability to kill True Lord North Sea. But why was all this happening? At first, when Ji Fuyao received the orders from the myriad races, she indeed felt that it was unfair and angry. However, she calmed down and pondered for an entire night. Finally, she found some suspicious points. It was not that the myriad races did not allow her to kill True Lord North Sea from the start. If they did not allow it from the start, those pill refiners would not have accepted the invitation in the first place. But the truth was that these pill refiners suddenly left at this moment. That Lai Yuko also only suddenly came to announce the orders of the myriad races on the night before the ceremony. Did something happen at the last minute that made the myriad races decide not to kill North Sea? Judging from Lai Yuko's attitude, there is a secret that I do not have the right to know. Ji Fuyao's heart was heavy. Another soldier came forward with a joyful expression. Good news, good news. It turns out that not all the pill refiners have left. Many have decided to stay after some consideration. The ceremony can be held as scheduled again. That's great. Ji Fuyao was naturally very happy to hear that, but more than that, she found it strange. The orders of the myriad races were absolute. Since they did not allow the ceremony to be held, it was reasonable to say that all the pill refiners should have left. However, the reality was that there were still some who chose to stay. Although they could obtain the promised reward from the Feng New tribe, they would offend the myriad races if they stayed. It did not seem very wise, Your Majesty, the ceremony has already begun. Would you like to attend the ceremony immediately? Of course I will. Ji Fuyao rode a luxurious fish carriage to the venue of the ceremony. The venue was packed with people. Countless foreign race cultivators had gathered here and were discussing. This is so satisfying. I didn't expect the Feng New tribe to have the ability to capture a Northern Heaven quasi-saint. If we can refine and kill this North Sea old bastard, we will definitely raise the prestige of our myriad races. This public execution is definitely a slap to the face of the Northern Heaven cultivators. Refine and kill. I'm really looking forward to refining a prisoner into a pill. I can't wait to see true monarch North Sea's miserable expression. Those who were discussing this were mostly low-level cultivators. They did not know that the myriad races had changed their minds and forbade the killing of true monarch North Sea. I didn't expect true monarch North Sea to be here. The reason why he was captured by the Feng Nu tribe is probably because of the spatial turbulence from the battle that day. The battle that day? What do you mean? Fellow Daoist, don't you know? Not long ago, a shocking battle took place in the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace. Many quasi-saints went to the Lost World Palace to create trouble, and the leader was this true monarch North Sea. The North Sea true monarch had so many people that he did not even put the Lost World Palace in his eyes. Unexpectedly, an ancient great cultivator named Zhao Jian appeared out of nowhere and killed all the demi-saints and ancient emperors in the North Sea true monarch single-handedly. After that, a spatial turbulence swept that great cultivator Zhao Jian away. Fellow Daoist, do you mean that true monarch North Sea escaped from Zhao Jian's hands by using the spatial turbulence? That's right. Unfortunately, he managed to escape once, but he can't escape forever. After that, he fell into the hands of the Feng Nu tribe. I'm afraid he's going to suffer again. I just don't know what the myriad races think about this matter. Why is it that when things come to a head, they suddenly... Most of the people who were discussing like this were well-informed people. Not only did they hear about the battle between Ning Fan and true monarch North Sea, they even received some news about the temporary order of the myriad races. There were also some old monsters who had attained the immortal emperor realm who were secretly discussing about this matter. Humph. This Fuyao tribe really doesn't care about the big picture. The myriad races have already given the order. How dare she disobey it and insist on executing true monarch North Sea? Big picture? Hee hee. It's not like you and I don't know about it. With Lord Lai Yuko's personality, it's certainly impossible for him to tell this kind of secret to Fuyao tribe. After all, sometimes, it's not a good thing to know too much. Even though that lord is cold and hard, he never likes to involve the innocent. I'm afraid that Fuyao tribe doesn't know how important this true monarch North Sea is to the myriad races. That's true. This matter is of great importance. That Fuyao tribe probably doesn't know the inside story. However, if she insists on executing true monarch North Sea, shouldn't we step forward to stop her? The order has already been passed to her. If she doesn't obey, someone will naturally make her pay the price. It has nothing to do with our myriad races. As for what happens after that, we don't need to care about it. After all, everything is Fuyao tribe's own choice. She has to suffer the consequences herself. Hiss. Listening to what fellow Daoist said, could it be that those devils on the Devil Conferral Summit are really going to? That's right. The Devil Lord of the Devil Conferral Summit won't just sit and watch North Sea die. He will certainly send someone to save him. After today, the Feng Nu tribe might cease to exist. What a pity. My Dao companion has just died. I originally wanted to choose Fuyao tribe as my new Dao companion, but it seems like I won't have the chance anymore. Ji Fuyao didn't know what those old monsters were talking about her behind her back. Her gaze was completely fixed on the Heaven Abyss Great Cauldron at the center of the venue. The cauldron was about 100 feet tall. It was condensed from the punishment power of the Heaven Abyss prison and existed specifically for execution. At this moment, true monarch North Sea's primordial spirit was locked inside the cauldron. He was meditating and recuperating from his injuries. The aqua-blue Tao of rain surrounded his body, exuding a threatening immortal chi. His expression was as usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness from someone about to be executed. His fingers calculated from time to time, but he was calculating the time of Ji Fuyao's death. Below the cauldron stood 50 to 60 pill refinement masters. There were originally 200 of them, but because everyone had left, only these were left. On the surface, these pill refinement masters looked no different from ordinary foreign race cultivators. However, if there was a Fiend Dao Grandmaster present, he would definitely be able to tell that a fiend seed had been planted in these pill refinement masters' sea of consciousness. They were already under the control of a Fiend Dao Grandmaster. No wonder these people didn't leave. They didn't have a choice. Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Should we open the cauldron now? An armored soldier asked respectfully. There's no rush. I have a secret order. Carry it with you and execute it swiftly. I'll open the furnace once you complete it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Fuyao sent a voice transmission to the armored soldier and gave the order. Upon hearing the contents of the order, the armored soldier's expression changed drastically. There was no other reason. This order was for him to quickly gather the younger members of the clan, escape from this place, and never return. It turned out that Ji Fuyao had already sensed all sorts of abnormalities and had a premonition that the Feng Nu clan would face a great calamity today. When the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. That was also why Ji Fuyao had given the order for the younger generation of the clan to escape at the last minute. If there really was a mishap, the Feng Nu clan would still have descendants. Your Majesty, why did you give such an order? Could it be that a great calamity is about to befall our clan? The armored soldier was so frightened that his face turned pale. Mo1, carry out the order quickly. Ji Fuyao sighed. Time passed bit by bit. Ji Fuyao calculated the time and thought that the younger generation of the clan should have already left this place. Thus, he gave the order to open the cauldron. Within the ice-cold heaven abyss cauldron, raging flames were suddenly ignited. This fire was not ordinary. At first it was only the power of the Samadhi true fire, but it quickly rose to the 6th, 9th, and 12th levels. The 12th level true fire was the pinnacle of acquired true fire. Even an immortal emperor would find it hard to remain calm after being burned by such a true fire. However, true Lord Beihai did not seem to feel uncomfortable at all within the sea of fire. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was a second-stage quasi-saint, the holder of the title of Rain Master. His cultivation was the natural bane of fire. Did he want to burn him to death? Acquired true fire wasn't enough. Even innate true fire had to reach a certain level before it could harm him. "Huh, little kid, your cauldron fire isn't strong enough." True Lord Beihai's disdainful laughter traveled outside the cauldron and reverberated between heaven and earth. It exploded in the ears of every cultivator present like a clap of thunder, as if the sky was collapsing. This was the pressure of a second-stage quasi-saint. Under that pressure, countless foreign race cultivators were so intimidated that they could not stand steadily. Even an immortal king like Ji Fuyao felt dizzy and overwhelmed with shock. Was this the power of a second-stage quasi-saint? Even if he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, even if he was locked in a cauldron, even if he was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, he only needed a thought and a wisp of his pressure to subdue all living beings. Don't be smug. Since you think the cauldron fire isn't strong enough, I'll make it burn even stronger. Ji Fuyao forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart, gritted her teeth, and walked toward the heaven abyss cauldron. When she arrived before the cauldron, she suddenly raised her hand and took out a treasure. The moment it appeared, the entire venue was instantly drowned in boundless purple light. That treasure was the token of immortal Emperor Ziwei, a supreme treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Feng Nu tribe. So this is the token of the immortal emperor. So it's true that the Feng Nu tribe has this item. Secretly, countless old monsters were shocked, and then revealed greed. There were also some old monsters who knew about this long ago, but they weren't too surprised. They just stared at the treasure with burning eyes. This was the supreme treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Feng Nu tribe, and the previous emperors of the Feng Nu tribe would never show it to others. This time, perhaps because she had a premonition that a great disaster was about to befall her, Ji Fuyao didn't continue to hide this item, and instead displayed it in public. Firstly, it was to refine and kill true Lord Beihai. Secondly, it was to warn the myriad races that although the Feng Nu tribe had declined, they were still the gatekeepers appointed by immortal Emperor Ziwei, and they wouldn't allow outsiders to bully them. True Lord Beihai's expression finally changed when he saw the token of the immortal emperor, and his expression turned solemn. True as expected. As Ji Fuyao took out the immortal emperor's token, the power of the cauldron fire that was originally equivalent to the power of the Hotian realm suddenly skyrocketed. It rose all the way to the power of the Khanate inferior grade. True Lord Beihai might not be afraid of such a powerful cauldron fire. After all, true Lord Beihai cultivated in the water element, so even if the Khanate fire were to go against him, its power would be greatly reduced, and it wouldn't hurt much. However, if true Lord Beihai were to stay in the innate cauldron fire for a long period of time, he would still suffer a little given his injuries. Good. Good. Very good. You actually dare to use the token of the immortal emperor to suppress me. Very good. True Lord Beihai's tone finally turned sinister. As the cauldron fire grew stronger, he finally let out a few muffled groans. Obviously, he was slightly hurt by the fire. However, it was still wishful thinking to kill a second-level titled quasi-saint with just this cauldron fire. But what if I add these 3 items? Ji Fuyao took a deep breath and took out the 3 items again. They were none other than the Saint Vanquishing Grass, the Soul Dissolving Leaf and the Tao Sealing Spirit Spring that Ning Fan had found for him. When the Saint Vanquishing Grass was thrown into the cauldron fire, true Lord Beihai's quasi-saint cheek kept declining. His cultivation base was actually being suppressed by this item. When the soul-dissolving leaf was thrown into the cauldron fire, true Lord Beihai felt great pain in the depths of his primordial spirit, as if he was going to be refined alive. When the Tao Sealing Spirit Spring was thrown into the cauldron fire, true Lord Beihai felt that his Tao sense was being suppressed. The rain intent that was originally at 100% of its power was reduced to less than 1%. In that case, how could he withstand the blazing cauldron fire? He immediately let out a series of miserable cries. Those were the cries of a second-level titled quasi-saint. Everyone at the scene felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Immortal emperors were already the peak of the Dharma-ending era. Compared to immortal emperors, quasi-saints were much more profound and unfathomable. Ordinary people might not even see a quasi-saint in their entire lives, let alone hear such miserable cries from a quasi-saint. This Feng Nu clan is really crazy. They actually dared to publicly execute a second-level titled quasi-saint and wanted to refine him into a pill. Only at this moment did some of them feel that this matter was real. Only then did they understand how deviant and crazy the actions of the Feng Nu clan were. Based on this situation, if there is no external intervention, this Feng Nu clan really has the ability to refine and kill true Lord Beihai. The expressions of those old monsters who were hiding in the dark changed. Witnessing the execution of a second-level titled quasi-saint with their own eyes and this person was an enemy indeed made their blood boil. Unfortunately, there will definitely be external intervention in this matter. This true Lord Beihai is too important. This person must not die here. Masters, old Lord Beihai is no longer able to withstand the cauldron fire. Everyone can start refining this puppet. Once everything was ready, Ji Fuyao bowed to the surrounding elixir refinement masters and said politely. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With us here, we will definitely refine this true Lord Beihai into a pill and offer it to you. The elixir refinement masters swore. One by one, the elixir refinement masters released the power of their medicine souls and used them to control the cauldron fire to refine true Lord Beihai. At first glance, these people really seemed to be refining and killing true Lord Beihai. However, only true Lord Beihai, who was in the cauldron fire, knew that at this moment, not only was he not being refined, but someone was healing him instead. This feeling of medicine soul healing, could it be? True Lord Beihai seemed to have sensed something and was instantly delighted. How could he not know that his good friend from the 3 mountains 5 peaks had come to save him? However, this good friend of his had a really wicked sense of humor. He actually did not show himself directly to save him from the execution ground. This good friend was actually making use of this execution to heal his injuries, heal the injuries of his essence spirit, and reconstruct his physical body. This way of doing things could not be wrong. It was definitely the elixir cultivation old demon from the Demon Conferral Summit who was saving him. I told you that my friend from the Demon Conferral Summit is very close to me. He won't leave me be. Since he knew that his safety was not a problem, True Lord Beihai became calm again and quietly healed his injuries in the cauldron fire. Outside, the elixir refinement masters were still acting like they were trying their best to refine True Lord Beihai. They continuously threw rare medicinal herbs into the cauldron fire, all of which were obtained from the Feng Nu tribe's treasury. Endless medicinal power spread in the cauldron fire. The medicine souls of dozens of elixir refinement masters were guided by a wisp of dark purple medicine soul hidden in the cauldron fire, guiding the medicinal power to nourish True Lord Beihai's severely injured essence spirit. After a day, the injuries of his essence spirit were mostly healed. After 3 days, the injuries of his essence spirit were completely healed. After 5 days, his physical body started to regenerate. After 7 days, his physical body was completely reconstructed. Other than the pill-nurturing old devil who was manipulating everything behind the scenes, no one knew that True Lord Beihai was not killed. Instead, his injuries had completely healed and his chi had also recovered to its peak. Reconstructing his physical body in just 7 days made True Lord Beihai click his tongue in admiration. Fellow Taoist nurturing pill's ancient devil soul nurturing technique has improved a lot again. Such a healing technique is almost on par with fellow Taoist Chang Sang's 3 mulberry ancient tree. Sigh. I inadvertently thought of fellow Taoist Chang Sang again. True Lord Beihai immediately felt a piercing pain in his heart. It's killing me. Many of his good friends had died in Ning Fan's hands. He really wished he could cut Ning Fan into 1,000 pieces and offer him as a sacrifice to his friends. No, I can't be too hasty. That bastard's methods are powerful. Previously, I called all my friends over but they still failed to kill him. This time, I must plan carefully and make more preparations. Only then will I have the confidence to eliminate this bastard. Hee. Fellow Taoist is showing your killing intent. Is there someone you want to kill? Suddenly, a voice came from the cauldron fire. No one else but True Lord Beihai could hear it. It was the voice of the pill-nurturing old devil who was secretly healing him. That's right. There's a bastard who is extremely hateful. He killed all of my friends. I really wish I could grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Unfortunately, this bastard's methods are too powerful. I'm not his match alone. I'm afraid the day of my revenge is still far away. True Lord Beihai gritted his teeth and said. If I can't do it alone, why don't I gather everyone's strength? In the future, when fellow Taoist wants to take revenge, just call me along. I really want to see what kind of superhuman abilities this bastard has. How dare he go against my elder brother? The pill-nurturing old devil said heroically. Because of this matter, I have already implicated many of my friends. How can I let you get involved in this matter? Why are you being so polite to me? You and I are friends who have gone through life and death together. Your matter is also my matter. It's fine if I don't know about this matter. Since I know about it, I certainly can't just sit back and do nothing. How can I repay your kindness? True Lord Beihai said with gratitude. If you really want to repay me, a pot of wine is enough. The pill-nurturing old devil was still full of heroism. Speaking of which, you've already recovered from your injuries. Do you plan to continue resting in this cauldron and let me nurse your body, or do you want to come out of seclusion and teach this Feng Nu clan a lesson? The pill-nurturing old devil asked. After nursing for a long time, my chi and blood are not flowing smoothly. It's time for me to come out and exercise. True Lord Beihai was smiling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare an ant from the Feng Nu clan use him to refine a cauldron? If he endured such humiliation, he wouldn't be true Lord Beihai. I wonder how true Lord Beihai is doing in the cauldron. It's been so many days. I don't think I've heard him scream anymore. Could it be that he's been refined to the point where he's half dead and can't scream anymore? Haha. If that's the case, it'll be very interesting. Some of the spectators were discussing true Lord Beihai in the Heaven Abyss cauldron. Suddenly, they heard a series of explosions and their expressions changed drastically. Boom boom boom. The Heaven Abyss cauldron was rumbling. It was as if someone was attacking the cauldron from the inside, trying to shatter it. There were no explosions, but a huge shock wave came from the cauldron, sending countless alchemists and spectators flying. It can't be. That true Lord Beihai is still alive. He still has the strength to attack the Heaven Abyss cauldron from the inside. What a powerful shock wave. That person still has such strength. Could it be that he's really coming out of the cauldron? That's impossible. The Heaven Abyss cauldron is formed from the punishment power of the Heaven Abyss prison. Coupled with the Immortal Emperor's token, even a quasi-sage would find it hard to escape. But that true Lord Beihai isn't an ordinary quasi-sage. He's a second stage titled quasi-sage. He's one of the few existences in the world. Oh no! The cauldron is cracking. Retreat, retreat quickly. That thing is really coming out. Oh no! Boom, with a deafening sound, the Heaven Abyss cauldron finally shattered. A sage-like old man surrounded by the radiance of rain walked out from within. As soon as he appeared, he immediately stirred up a storm of blood. True Lord Beihai's reign intent dispersed. Countless spectators who had mocked him were washed into a pool of blood by the rain intent. Even their demonic souls couldn't escape. Ji Fuyao's face was pale as she watched everything. True Lord Beihai's injuries had healed and even his physical body had been reconstructed. How could she not know that true Lord Beihai hadn't been refined in the slightest over the past few days? Instead, his injuries had been healed. Now, the ferocious tiger was out of the cage. Why? We're all cultivators of the myriad races and descendants of Ziwei. Why are you helping an enemy? Moreover, this enemy is someone who has committed countless crimes. Ji Fuyao thought that it was the myriad races who had saved true sovereign North Sea. Even if the myriad races didn't take action personally, they must have tacitly agreed to it. At this moment, Ji Fuyao felt deeply disappointed in the myriad races of the Boundary River. Is this how the Ziwei immortal cultivators do things? If that's the case, she would no longer be the Ziwei immortal cultivators. From today onwards, she would abandon the Ziwei name. I, North Sea, am here to annihilate the entire race. Those who stand in my way shall be destroyed in both body and soul, never to be reincarnated. True Lord Beihai walked amidst the storm of blood and smiled benevolently. However, his words were extremely cold-blooded. His murderous intent locked on to everyone from the Fenu tribe in an instant. It was obvious that he didn't intend to let anyone off. Oh. Quite a number of people from the Feng Nu clan seemed to have run away. Did they escape in advance? You're quite sharp, kid. You knew that something would go wrong today. Did you want to leave a legacy for your clan? True Lord Beihai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ji Fuyao. It was just a gaze, but Ji Fuyao felt as if all the rain in the world had drowned her eyes. She only felt a sharp pain in her eyes before they turned into blood and were destroyed. Don't worry. None of the people I want to kill can escape. I'll find those who left this place one by one and kill them all. As for you, hee. Didn't you want to refine me to death? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Then, I won't give you a quick death. I'll refine you into a pill as well. Ha ha ha. This feeling of revenge is really delightful. Delightful. True Lord Beihai raised his sleeve and swept up the endless rainwater, turning it into a gigantic cauldron. He wanted to suck Ji Fuyao into it and refine her to death. This feeling of revenge is really good. Today, I'll vent my anger on this Feng Nu clan. He had no other choice. He had suffered too much in Ning Fan's hands and he didn't have the confidence to take revenge on Ning Fan for the time being. He had been suppressing his anger in his heart for a long time. Now, he could use this matter to vent his anger. He wanted to vent his anger. He wanted to make this insignificant junior, Fuyao, beg for death. He wanted to, just as true Lord Beihai was about to attack Fuyao, the situation suddenly changed. The rainwater that he swept up was no longer under his control. It no longer obeyed his orders and could not move Ji Fuyao at all. Even the gigantic cauldron that he condensed from the rainwater collapsed in a single breath. He raised his head abruptly and his eyes widened. At this moment, the rainwater between heaven and earth no longer obeyed his orders. They only obeyed one person. At this moment, a person arrived on 9 dragons. His body was shrouded in golden light like the sun. It was as if a deity had appeared in the world. It was Ning Fan who listened to the Lord Ant's request and left the North Pole Palace to return to the outside world. He had already made the North Pole Palace acknowledge him as its master. Naturally, he could come and go as he wished. It was as easy as entering and exiting the profound Yin world. Everyone was shocked by Ning Fan's sudden appearance. A moment ago, this place was still enveloped by true Lord Beihai's rain aura force. Everyone felt that true Lord Beihai's divine might was unparalleled and invincible. At the next moment, an even more ruthless person arrived. The rain aura force was even stronger. Even true Lord Beihai felt like he was standing in front of him. Who is this? Why did he come here? He's Zhao Jian, the ancient great cultivator who killed all the saints in the Battle of the Lost World Palace. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone was shocked by Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. One should know that the myriad of races in the border river were at war with the cultivators of the Northern Heaven. Now that a great cultivator of the Northern Heaven had come to this place, a great calamity would surely befall them today. Perhaps none of the foreign races here would survive. Quick! Inform the 3-star lords. It's urgent. It's really urgent. Countless cultivators of the foreign races panicked. Even true Lord Beihai was a little flustered. He hated Ning Fan from the bottom of his heart. He wished he could cut Ning Fan into 1,000 pieces. However, none of his friends could kill Ning Fan. That incident had left a deep shadow in his heart. A trace of fear towards Ning Fan grew from the bottom of his heart. Even though he had Old Devil Dan nurturing pills help to fully heal his injuries, he still did not have the courage to fight Ning Fan. Even if he had a good friend like Old Devil Dan nurturing pill nearby who could help him, he still did not have the confidence to defeat Ning Fan. Not enough. Not enough. I need more fellow Taoists. I need more people to charge at him at the same time. Only then can I subdue him. Humph. I didn't expect you to chase after me all the way here and you still won't give up. You're really haunting me. Unfortunately, I still have important matters to attend to today. I don't have time to waste on you. If you continue to chase after me, this is my last warning to you. True Lord Beihai said the most cowardly words with the fiercest tone. How could he not be cowardly? Didn't he just want to say that he planned to run away and hope that Ning Fan would let him go and stop chasing after him? True Lord Beihai shook his body and turned into a ray of light rain. He immediately ran away as soon as Ning Fan arrived. He did not dare to stay any longer in this place. Seeing that, the cultivators of the foreign races looked at him with disdain. Didn't you just say that you want to annihilate the Feng Nu clan? You even said that I will stop your body and soul from being destroyed and you will never be able to reincarnate. Why did you run away without completing your task? You're really a disgrace to the quasi-saint realm, old monsters. Did I allow you to leave? Ning Fan's tone was cold and merciless. With a point of his finger, the 9 rain dragons below him appeared. In just an instant, they sealed off the entire Feng Nu clan. No one could enter or leave. True Lord Beihai naturally could not escape as well. He was both shocked and enraged. He was angry because Ning Fan was so persistent. He had just recuperated from his injuries and had yet to come up with the next round of revenge plan, but this bastard had already chased after him. He was really cruel and merciless. He did not give anyone a chance to live. He was shocked because the last time he saw Ning Fan, he did not have 9 rain dragons. Now, however, he had them. They were 9 rain dragons. It was a number that he could not achieve even when he was at his peak. Why? Why can Ning Fan have them? Hateful. Hateful. This bastard must have snatched his rain dragons and devoured and refined them. That was how he managed to achieve such a number. Bastard, you killed my fellow Taoist, snatched my heaven-battling jade umbrella and devoured my rain dragons. I will never forgive you. Ha! True Lord Beihai was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Ning Fan, however, did not even look at him. After blocking all of True Lord Beihai's escape routes, he did not immediately pay attention to him. Instead, he descended to Ji Fuyao's side. As soon as he saw her eyes being destroyed, Ning Fan's eyes turned gloomy. He was displeased. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you go first. I should have asked you to wait for me to come out of my seclusion so that we can kill this bastard together. No. This is the business of my Feng Nu clan. It has nothing to do with Senior, and I won't be tainted by karma. Ji Fuyao's eyes were destroyed. Even though she could not see Ning Fan's arrival, she could feel his qi and hear his voice. At this moment, all the grievances and unfairness that she had been suppressing in her heart were vented out. She could not hold it in no matter how hard she tried. Ning Fan's appearance was like a straw in her despair. It gave her hope. However, there seemed to be a huge secret behind today's incident which was related to that True Lord Beihai. She was unwilling to let Ning Fan get involved in this matter. So, Senior, you better leave now. You mustn't get involved in today's incident. If I'm not wrong, not only the 3-star sovereigns of my clan are involved, but also the Devil Conferral Summit. I've already noticed that some pill refinement masters have devil seeds hidden in their bodies. Be quiet. I'll heal your injuries first. How can you lose your eyes? Without your eyes, you won't be able to see your revenge with your own eyes. Ning Fan's tone was calm. He was too lazy to listen to Ji Fuyao's secret. He did not care about the 3-star sovereigns or the Devil Conferral Summit. He was only interested in killing True Lord Beihai. In this matter, he, Ji Fuyao and the Feng Nu clan were on the same side. If someone wants to stop True Lord Beihai from being killed, not to mention the Feng Nu clan, he too would not like it. He raised his hand and summoned the 3 mulberry ancient tree. Under the treatment of the 3 mulberry ancient tree, Ji Fuyao's eyes immediately showed signs of being reconstructed. Ji Fuyao chuckled. Senior, even though my eyes have been destroyed, this isn't my physical body. It's just an artificial skeleton. If my demon soul leaves my body, I can still see what's happening in the outside world. Senior, I think you shouldn't waste your magic power to heal a mere artificial skeleton. While speaking, Ji Fuyao's palm-sized demon soul flew out of the artificial skeleton and sat on Ning Fan's shoulder. However, when he thought of the seriousness of today's matter, Ji Fuyao's expression turned gloomy again. He advised, Senior, you better leave now. I know you're not a member of the myriad of races. You're a cultivator of the northern heaven which is incompatible with the myriad of races. Even if you don't interfere in this matter, the 3-star sovereigns will never let you go just because you showed up here. You're a great cultivator from the ancient times, and those few people are also great cultivators. How can you resist the joint attack of several cultivators at the same level as you alone? You shouldn't interfere in today's matter, alright? I really don't want to drag you into this. You're very long-winded. Ning Fan was a little annoyed by Ji Fuyao's words. With a flick of his finger, Ji Fuyao's demon soul fell from his shoulder. Then, he no longer paid attention to Ji Fuyao and kept the 3 mulberry ancient tree. On the other side. As soon as True Lord Beihai saw Ning Fan summoning the 3 mulberry ancient tree, his eyes turned bloodshot. The scenes of him interacting with Taoist Chang Sang in the past replayed in his mind. Everyone has a reverse scale that cannot be stepped on. Everyone has memories that cannot be erased. At this moment, True Lord Beihai no longer had the slightest fear towards Ning Fan. He could feel his blood that had cooled down for many years turning boiling hot and filling his entire chest. Ning Fan. You shouldn't have killed my fellow Taoist. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. I can tolerate you hunting me down in every way you can. However, this hatred is the only thing I can't tolerate. My Tao might be as insignificant as grass in your eyes. However, even if I'm just a grass, my anger can also set a prairie ablaze. You can kill my body and destroy my Tao. However, the hatred in my heart won't be erased even if you overturn the heavens and the world. Rather than living with the sin of killing my fellow Taoist, I'd rather live beautifully until the last moment and fight you to the death. The more True Lord Beihai spoke, the more his true feelings were revealed. His words actually carried a kind of solemn and stirring feeling as if he was at the end of his road. All the foreign cultivators who heard his words were inexplicably touched. Some old monsters who knew the importance of the North Sea walked out from the dark. When they saw that True Lord Beihai wanted to fight against Zhao Jian, a great cultivator from the ancient era who was infamous for his ferocity with his mere second-tier nascent soul realm cultivation base, all of them were incomparably moved. Their blood that had been cold for many years also more or less felt the warmth that they had not felt for a long time. Strong, North Sea. Cultivators of our generation should go against heaven and do things that go against heaven. Even if the enemy is as strong as heaven's might, we can't simply admit defeat or lower our heads. Even if Ho has 2 arms, he dares to cut the wheels of a carriage. We also have 2 arms. How can we not dare to fight against heaven? Fight! 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 Countless foreign cultivators who were afraid of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation had their blood ignited at this moment. So what if he's an ancient great cultivator? This place is the territory of the myriad races in the border river. Since you dare to come here, you must pay the price. As for True Lord Beihai, it's even more impossible for you to kill him because he's the hope of all the descendants of Ziwei. Ha ha ha. What fellow Taoist said is exactly what I want. Today, I will fight together with fellow Taoist. Let me experience the great techniques of Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator. The pill-nourishing old devil who was hiding in the dark was touched by True Lord Beihai's words. He walked out from the dark. Just as he was planning to fight alongside True Lord Beihai, he did not expect that just as he walked out of the dark, he felt a huge black shadow above his head. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The pill-nourishing old devil who did not manage to show his face was already pressed under a towering Dao mountain. He was frightened out of his wits. Sage Dao Mountain. This is impossible. This is impossible. You are not a sage. How is it possible? He subdued the pill-nourishing old devil who was at the first-level quasi-sage realm with just a single move. He waved his hand again. The 9 dragons rampaged between heaven and earth, attacking True Lord Beihai from all directions. Pucci True Lord Beihai barely managed to block the attacks. However, he only managed to block 5 of the rain dragons. He was still hit by the remaining 4 dragons. He felt an indescribable pain in his internal organs. He had already suffered serious injuries. So strong. He is even stronger than last time. I thought Ji Fuyao was already long-winded enough. I didn't expect you to be even more long-winded. However, what you said is rather touching. I didn't expect you to have such a deep relationship with your fellow Taoist. In that case, you are indeed a righteous person. I have underestimated you in the past. Today, I will give you a quick death and end this karma. I will send you to your death. The pitiful true Lord Beihai had just recovered from his injuries, but he encountered Ning Fan in the blink of an eye. He did not last long in the hands of the 9 dragons and was severely injured. After all, even though his injuries had fully recovered, his abilities were not as powerful as before. The rain dragons that he relied on were all devoured by Ning Fan. Without the rain dragons, true Lord Beihai was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. The power of his rain technique was greatly reduced. Unfortunately, the rain technique that he had almost used up was heavily restrained by Ning Fan. As a result, the physical body of true Lord Beihai, who was praised as the North Sea by everyone, was destroyed by Ning Fan once again. His primordial spirit was captured. After capturing true Lord Beihai, Ning Fan did not choose to escape from the Feng Mu clan, even though he had already sensed that there were many strong qi rushing towards this place. He was afraid that they would not come with good intentions. But so what? No matter who comes today, no one can stop his determination to refine and kill true Lord Beihai. True Lord Beihai said, "Why do you want to refine and kill me again? Didn't you say that you will give me a quick death? You lied. You lied." Ning Fan said, "Don't worry. It won't hurt. I never lie unless I have a reason to. As for you, I don't want to lie to you. If others refine and kill you, you will certainly suffer unspeakable pain. However, if I do it myself, you will only feel a moment of pain. I guarantee that it will be more comfortable than euthanasia." True Lord Beihai said, "No. Don't kill me. My life is tied to a great responsibility. If you kill me, the myriad clans in the world river will not forgive you. Even the devil can furl summit. Even the secret races." Ugh. Ning Fan used his ability to block true Lord Beihai's mouth. Then, he took out the divine refining cauldron. He wanted to send true Lord Beihai off with this cauldron. "Ji Fuyao, I have something to ask you. You just said that you want to refine true Lord Beihai into a pill. Do you have any rules on what kind of pill I should refine?" Ning Fan asked. "Why, all are fine." Ji Fuyao was still in a daze. He could not regain his senses for a long time. In just a short while, the first-level quasi-sage realm pill Nourishing Old Devil was captured by Ning Fan, while the second-level titled quasi-sage realm True Lord Beihai was subdued and thrown into the pill cauldron again. This. The situation changed a little too quickly. She could not even react in time. Senior is a little too strong. Oh. Alright then. My cauldron is a little special. If I'm not careful, I might refine the materials into 10,000 spirits, into something special. If you don't specify what it should be, I will refine it as I wish. Ugh. Oh no. I was distracted while talking to you. I didn't control the flame well and refined true Lord Beihai into a paste. Paste? All the foreign cultivators who heard his words were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Just imagining how true Lord Beihai would be refined into a paste made them shiver. Is this so-called ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, really a kind and benevolent person for 10 generations like what the cultivators of the northern heaven said? Why does he look so scary? Some of you might want to ask, why don't you foreign cultivators run away when such a terrifying ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, is here? Why do you still want to stay here and watch the show? Aren't you afraid of death? If someone really asks such a question, these foreign cultivators would certainly cry in grievance. Do you think we don't want to run? Didn't you see that the 9 rain dragons have sealed off the entire Feng Nu clan's heavenly Dao terrain? We also want to run away, but our strength doesn't allow us to. Chapter 1260. The fact that true sovereign North Sea was refined into a paste was probably not something that Ning Fan did intentionally. At this moment, he was indeed multitasking. No, to be precise, he was multitasking 3 times. No one knew that while he was refining the myriad spirit blood and conversing with Ji Fuyao, he was also secretly doing something else. His left hand was controlling the temperature of the flames in the cauldron while his right hand was hidden in his sleeve, secretly forming golden hand seals. As he changed his hand seals, rays of golden finger imprints quietly took shape. Then, they were concealed by Ning Fan's divine light and sent into the divine refining cauldron without a sound. They were also sent into the water and sky of the Feng Nu clan. That divine seal was the master recognition seal. Then, without a sound or a trace, the smelting divine cauldron recognized him as its master. The refining speed had increased slightly. After that, the Feng Nu tribe had successfully recognized him as its master. The Feng Nu tribe's protective array, Heavenly Abyss Divination Array, had successfully recognized him as its master. Ning Fan seemed to have become the true master of the Feng Nu clan. He became incomparably close to this place. The feeling of being intimately connected with heaven and earth was indescribable with words. It was as if Ning Fan's existence had directly integrated into the mountains and seas of this place. At this moment, the protective grand formation of the Feng Nu clan was not under anyone's control. Instead, it operated on its own. It gathered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth on its own and channeled it into the divine refining cauldron, as if it was helping Ning Fan concoct pills. At this moment, countless faint purple rays of light flew out from the plants, mountains, and seas. They looked like fireflies and starlight as they flowed in midair, converging into large patches of faint purple light rain. Gradually, even the bodies of the Feng women had flickering purple light flying out. Those purple lights flew into Ning Fan's body one after another as if they were summoned. After that, Ning Fan's magic power seemed to have been strengthened by a secret technique and suddenly improved. 18,500 tribulations. 19,000 tribulation. 19,500 tribulation. 20,000 tribulation. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was surrounded by purple fluorescent light. His magic power had increased to the level of 20,000 tribulation level, which was comparable to the power of a second-level quasi-saint. However, this improvement was not permanent. It was more like a blessing for the territory's lord. Once Ning Fan leaves the territory of the Feng Nu clan who removes the acknowledgement of the clan as its master, this blessing would disappear. Countless alien race cultivators were shocked beyond words. This is, could it be that the purple light surrounding Zhao Jian is the purple micro-doe light that has been passed down from generation to generation in the female race? Impossible. The Feng Nu tribe's purple micro-doe number had long been lost. How could he ever see the light of day again? Furthermore, this old devil Zhao Jian is a cultivator of the northern heaven. He isn't even a member of the Feng Nu clan. How could he obtain the support of the Feng Nu clan? What exactly happened? No one knew what had happened to Ning Fan. Even Ji Fuyao, who was standing beside Ning Fan, could not understand what was going on. What's going on? As the leader of the Feng Nu clan, I actually lost control of the clan land and the clan formation. This feeling, could it be, that Senior Ning took away the clan's formation? How did he do it? It's unbelievable. The purple light that flew into Senior's body is indeed like the purple myrtle divination force that our clan has inherited. It's very similar to what Father said, very similar. Father once said that our clan's progenitor was bestowed with the blessing of Venerable Zi Wei, and the entire clan is protected by the power of Zi Wei Do. In the past, whenever a great enemy came to invade, the previous clan leaders would use the power of the clan. Unfortunately, the method of using the power of Do Shu has long been lost. Even my father doesn't know how to use it. But why would Senior Ning? Ning Fan looked at the purple starlight that surrounded his body and felt a little puzzled. He had just acknowledged the clan land and formation of the Feng New clan as its master. Why did countless starlight enter his body out of nowhere, and why did his cultivation base improve temporarily? He did not know. Ning Fan did not intend to find out the reason for the time being. What he was most interested in now was the matter of refining true sovereign North Sea. His hands that were hidden in his sleeves continued to form the master recognition seal. More and more objects were forcefully recognized by Ning Fan as their master. The terrain within 10,000 li had successfully recognized him as its master. The heavenly fate within 10,000 li had successfully recognized him as its master. At this moment, Ning Fan's affinity with heaven and earth deepened further. The great momentum of 10,000 li turned into golden mist and floated into the cauldron. The heavenly fate within 10,000 li turned into 9-colored rays of light and floated into the cauldron. The foreign cultivators at this place were shocked once again. The heavenly fate actually took the initiative to help old devil Zhao Jian concoct a pill. How is this possible? He isn't the master of heaven and earth. How could he do this? This person must have used some tricks, using 10,000 li to lock the shape of the pill and using 10,000 li of heavenly fate to change the pill's fate. It seems like this true sovereign North Sea is going to be refined into a pill. There is no possibility of failure, unless someone stops him from the side. Why aren't the 3-star lords here yet? Someone, come and stop old devil Zhao Jian. The Tao law of time within 10,000 li successfully recognized him as its master. The Tao law of space within 10,000 li successfully recognized him as its master. When Ning Fan pointed at the divine refining cauldron, the flow of time inside the cauldron suddenly accelerated by 10,000 times. The flow of time outside the cauldron was still as normal as before. Even the supreme cultivators who studied this Tao might not be able to achieve such an exquisite control of time. However, Ning Fan did it with ease. Thus, the true sovereign North Sea that was already in a paste began to be refined at a speed that was 10,000 times faster than before, turning into a blood-red pill. It was the 10,000 spirit blood. Boundless baleful chi spread out from the cauldron. It was the baleful chi of a fallen second level titled quasi-saint. Once it spreads out, it was enough to contaminate all the spirit veins of the Feng New clan. However, such a terrifying baleful chi was sealed back into the cauldron by Ning Fan with a single point of his finger. In the past, it was impossible for Ning Fan to seal such a large amount of baleful chi without dispersing. However, now that he had become the master of the space within 10,000 li, the space within this place would listen to his orders. If he is unwilling, the mere baleful chi would not be able to flow out from the space within the cauldron at all. Even though Ning Fan had sealed the baleful chi without dispersing, those with sharp senses could still sense what was happening inside the cauldron. It's fake. It's fake. What kind of demonic technique did this man use? He actually killed a second-level titled quasi-saint in such a short time. None of them would have thought that Ning Fan had a way to recognize the master of the time within 10,000 li. What was more surprising was that true sovereign North Sea who had an exceedingly high cultivation base did not last long in Ning Fan's hands and was refined into a cauldron of pills. However, in the northern border river, a dragon boat was quickly sailing towards the Feng New tribe in the endless distance of the border river. Inside the dragon boat, an elderly man who was dressed in the ancient Chu country's attire was sitting on his knees in front of a writing table. He was reading an old bamboo slip. The old man's eyes gave off a muddle-headed feeling, as if he had no interest in anything in the world. The only thing that could pique his interest was the ancient poems on the bamboo slips. Picking and rolling ears, not filling the basket. Sigh, I'm pregnant with a person, sigh, I'm pregnant with a person, sigh. Adhering to the southern mountain, picking its willows with words. I have yet to see a gentleman, and my heart is filled with sorrow. Sigh. Perhaps these verses had evoked the old man's melancholy. The old man sighed repeatedly and put down the bamboo slip, no longer looking at it. He got up and walked out of the cabin. Standing at the bow, he looked at the currents on both sides and seemed to be thinking of the past. The melancholy in his heart lessened a little, but it turned into a poetic mood. He felt that he would not be happy if he did not get it out. The old man sometimes thought hard, and sometimes he opened his mouth to speak. He repeated this over and over again, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with even half a poem. After an unknown period of time, the old man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There is a realm river in the north, and there is a god in the river. People say that this god is the River Earl. Let's use this as the title. With the title of the poem, the old man gazed at the surging realm river. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear as he recited the poem. Swimming in the She-9 rivers with a woman, rushing against the wind and stirring up waves. Riding on a water wheel, riding on a lotus lid, riding on 2 dragons. Ascending the Kunlun mountains, gazing around, my heart soaring in vast. When the sun is about to set, I forget to return, only the Pushi river fills my heart. Fish scale houses, She dragon hall, purple shell tower, She pearl palace, what is the spirit in She water? Riding on a white turtle chasing after fish, I travel with a woman to the Zhu river's Zhu, the waves coming down. Fighting with a man in the east, sending off a beauty to the south Pu. Waves come to welcome me, fish scales come to give me. After reciting the poem, the old man heaved a long sigh of relief as if he had completed an extremely important task. Just as he was about to turn his head and reconsider the wording of this new poem, his gaze suddenly changed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. His expression turned slightly dark. How could he still be in the mood to compose a poem? With a pinch of his fingers, he had already calculated the drastic change in the Feng Mu clan. What exactly is the background of that Zhao Jian? It hasn't even been 5 minutes and he has already killed the North Sea. If there were any foreign race cultivators here, they would definitely be able to recognize this old man as old ancestor Chu Ping, who was ranked 3rd among the 3-star lords. In a certain cave residence of the Water clan in the North Boundary River. Inside the cave residence, a young girl who was as fat as a ball was eating like a tornado. The food that was piled up like a mountain in front of her was decreasing at an astonishing speed. The expression on the young girl's face was very stiff. That stiffness made it seem as if she did not have any emotions. Only when she was eating would her eyes reveal some emotions, allowing others to roughly judge whether she was already full or still hungry. Beside the young girl, a cuttlefish that was as large as a small mountain was saying something angrily. If Ning Fan was here, he would certainly recognize that this cuttlefish was Blood God Gung Wu. Who would have thought that Blood God Gung Wu, who had escaped with his life that day, would actually run all the way from the eastern heaven to the northern heaven? Who knew how he managed to escape to this place? Awesome! 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 Gung Wu said angrily. He did not know how to speak. The word Miao used to be the only human language he knew. Now, it was the only language he knew. I know. You were bullied by that Miao Manshan again, weren't you? You've already said it 800 times. The chubby young girl seemed to understand Gung Wu's language and replied disapprovingly. Ning! 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 Seeing that the young girl was unmoved by his tragic experience, Gung Wu angrily said another word that he knew. I know. The one who bullied you this time is also someone called Ning Fan, right? You've said it more than me. You've already said it 900 times. Don't worry. If there's a chance to go to the Eastern Heaven in the future, I will definitely help you get revenge. After all, we're good friends who grew up eating together. Alright. Don't be angry. Come and eat more. You can only grow up by eating more. In the past, you weren't much younger than me. I'm talking about your body size. Look at you now. You've become so skinny. Any fish clan with a medium body size in the Boundary River is taller and stronger than you. And this is the result of me feeding you recently. You just eat too little. If you eat like me, would you still be afraid of that, Nyo, or Ning? While they were talking, a few fish demons suddenly rushed over and reported. Senior Great Kuan, something bad has happened. Something big has happened to the Foam New clan. Someone wants to refine and kill the Northern Heaven Rain Master. Shoo, don't be noisy. I'm busy teaching Gung Wu to eat more. But Lord, this matter is very important. No matter how important it is, it's not as important as eating. Do you know that in our Fire Fish clan, there's a maxim? Food is goodness. Eating one's fill is justice. Hunger is evil. Hunger is the original sin. This lowly one doesn't understand Lord's great principles. This lowly one only knows that the Northern Heaven Rain Master is very important. If you don't understand, then go to the side. You're disturbing my meal. The chubby girl was a little impatient. With a casual fling of her little hand, the few fish demons who came to report the news were thrown thousands of miles away. Then, she said to Gung Wu. Alright, no one is disturbing us anymore. Let's continue eating, that's right. Gung Wu, let me ask you something. When I was talking just now, did I mention the Fire Fish clan? What's the Fire Fish clan? Why did I mention the Fire Fish clan? It's so strange. Forget it. In one's life, there will always be many strange things to do and many strange things to say. There's no need to look into them one by one. For example, when people are not full, they will kill each other. When they are full, they will quarrel again and again. Hey, little Gung Wu. Do you think that my words are very philosophical? That's because I'm a little full now. Full. Up. Yes. Yes. The chubby girl finally had her fill and a sweet smile appeared on her face. However, for some unknown reason, as soon as some feelings were born in her heart, they were wiped out by an invisible force. Then, she returned to her emotionless appearance. Her face was filled with confusion as if she had forgotten many things. Hey, little Gung Wu. I think I'm hungry again. The chubby girl was none other than the Great Kun of the Northern Sea, who was ranked second among the 3 Star Lords. In a very short time, Ning Fan refined True Lord Northern Sea into a cauldron of 10,000 spirit blood. Sensing that True Lord Northern Sea had died, the Pill Cultivation Realm Old Devil who was being suppressed under the Tao Mountain of the Ant Lord was overcome with sorrow. He let out a miserable cry. It's so painful. The Pill Cultivation Realm Old Devil burst into tears. Then, all of his sorrow and anger turned into a devil roar and vented out. Roar.it was the roar of a quasi-saint realm ancient devil. The power of a single roar was like a landslide. In an instant, the entire Foam New clan fell into an earthquake. The devil roar locked onto Ning Fan and all the members of the Foam New clan. Obviously, he wanted to kill them with his devil roar. However, Ning Fan did not allow the devil roar to spread out. He did not want it to hurt any of the members of the Foam New clan. However, Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed at the Pill Cultivation Realm Old Devil's devil roar. It was forcefully restrained and only echoed under the Tao Mountain of the Ant Lord. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing that he was so weak that he could not even let out a devil roar, the Pill Cultivation Realm Old Devil felt humiliated for the first time in his life. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. However, he could not get out of the Tao Mountain of the Ant Lord and could not do anything to Ning Fan. Unlike the Pill Cultivation Realm Old Devil who was grieving, the members of the Foam New clan felt extremely satisfied when they saw True Lord Northern Sea being killed. Each of them knelt on the ground and thanked Ning Fan profusely. Thank you, Senior, for helping us take revenge. Even Ji Fuyao knelt down and kowtowed to Ning Fan. His face was filled with tears. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and a rain intent lifted everyone up from the ground. He said, I didn't kill this man for your sake. It's for my own karma. Thus, you don't have to thank me. As for the item in the cauldron, I don't plan to give it to you. Ning Fan said to Ji Fuyao. The 10,000 spirit blood was related to an ancient divine spirit. Ning Fan would never give it to others. The pill in the cauldron naturally belongs to Senior. What I want is only the result of killing that old Lord Northern Sea. I would never dare to covet Senior's item. That's good. It's just that the pill in the cauldron is a little special. It's not convenient to give it to others. Besides, this item is indeed harmful to you. It's useless to you and might even attract trouble. However, I did borrow your clan's formation to concoct the pill. I should at least give you something to thank you. No. It's obviously us who should give you something to thank you. Ji Fuyao was shocked when she saw that Ning Fan actually wanted to give her something to thank him. Ning Fan had already made up his mind. Just as he was about to take something to give to the Feng Mu clan, he suddenly sensed something and his expression turned solemn. We'll talk about this later. Don't disturb me for now. Ji Fuyao's heart skipped a beat when she heard what Ning Fan said. How could she not know that something major had happened? Otherwise, why would Senior Ning show such an expression? Could it be that the 3-star lords have already arrived? Could it be that there is more than one of them? Could it be? For a moment, Ji Fuyao's mind was in a mess. As the leader of a clan, in addition to the special task of guarding the Ziwei North Palace, she had witnessed the strength of the 3-star lords a long time ago. Each of them was as strong as monsters. Even though Senior Ning was also as strong as a monster, what if the 3-star lords come at the same time? With Senior Ning's strength alone, how could he possibly contend with 3 monsters? He would definitely suffer a great loss. Father, Mother. Please forgive me for being stubborn. I might do something that will bring shame to the Feng Mu clan today. If the 3-star lords really dare to bully Senior Ning with their numbers, I would rather detonate the token of the immortal sovereign to give Senior a chance to escape. Ji Fuyao held the token of immortal sovereign Ziwei tightly with her small hand and waited as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She waited and waited but the 3-star lords did not come at all. However, she did not know that the reason why Ning Fan's expression was solemn was not because of the 3-star lords but because something had happened to the 10,000 spirit blood. In the past, when Ning Fan concocted the 10,000 spirit blood, he would usually concoct hundreds or thousands of them in a single cauldron. Moreover, each of them was the low-grade 10,000 spirit blood. The medicinal power of the low-grade 10,000 spirit blood was comparable to the 9 revolutions golden pill. However, the situation was a little different this time. It was still the same number of hundreds or thousands of them in a single cauldron. However, this time, Ning Fan clearly sensed that the low-grade 10,000 spirit blood in the cauldron were devouring each other and fusing with each other. Why was it like this? Ning Fan also had no idea but it did not stop him from guessing. Perhaps it was because the cultivation level of the materials were higher this time or maybe it was because he had perfectly sealed the baleful qi when he was refining the cauldron, not letting the baleful qi of the second-level quasi-saint realm baleful qi dissipate at all. In short, the changes were really happening. As Ning Fan had accelerated the flow of time in the cauldron, the speed at which the 10,000 spirit blood devoured each other was shockingly fast. In just 2 breaths' time, the number of 10,000 spirit blood in the cauldron had decreased to 300. After another 2 breaths' time, there were only 100 of them left. After that, there were 70, 50, 30, eventually, there were only 2 remaining droplets of 10,000 spirit blood in the cauldron. One of them was the Yin pill while the other was the Yang pill. Among them, the Yin pill's medicinal power was extremely strong. It was 10 times stronger than the Yang pill. Due to the severe imbalance in the ratio of Yin and Yang, the last 2 droplets of 10,000 spirit blood could not fuse perfectly no matter what. However, This was not a problem for Ning Fan. What he cultivated was yin and yang. What he was best at was harmonizing things that were difficult to fuse. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and slapped the divine refining cauldron. That slap might seem ordinary, but it dispersed the yin and yang qi contained in the yin and yang pills. When he activated his ability again, the yin and yang qi in the cauldron turned into small black and white fishes that swam in the cauldron. Among them, there were 10 black fishes while the white fish was yang and there was only one. Ning Fan changed his ability again. The 11 yin and yang fishes forcefully fused together, turning into a gourd-shaped yin-yang taiji diagram. The head of the gourd was yang. Even though it was weak, it occupied a higher position. It used its superior position to suppress the yin qi that was 10 times stronger and achieve a balance. At the moment when the balance was achieved, the last 2 droplets of 10,000 spirit blood finally fused into one. Rumble. A force of impact spread out from the cauldron and lifted the lid off. After that, a blood-red pill that was the size of a Dao fruit flew out from the cauldron and hovered in midair. It smells so good. Everyone in this place could smell the pill fragrance that assaulted their nostrils. That pill fragrance was like the fragrance of agarwood and sandalwood at the same time. It was extremely unique. After just taking a whiff of it, everyone felt 100 times more spirited. Even their cultivation base improved a little. It was hard to imagine how miraculous it would be if they ate a mouthful of this pill. Rumble. Suddenly, they heard the sound of thunder. Everyone raised their heads and saw a tribulation cloud of 10 colors that they had never heard of before in the sky above the Feng Nu clan. What kind of tribulation cloud is this? Could it be that it's going to strike the pill lightning? While everyone was guessing, the pill lightning had already condensed within the tribulation cloud. The pill lightning had 10 different colors. The destructive power it carried was enough to turn a few immortal emperors into ashes. If they let the pill lightning strike without any resistance, everyone here except Ning Fan and the old devil who was trapped under the Dao mountain of the Ant Lord would be turned into ashes. Hiss! What kind of pill lightning is this? Why is it so terrifying? This is bad. Let's leave now. We shouldn't stay here and get implicated. Cough. Old devil Zhao Jian has sealed the heaven and earth. We can't escape from here. Don't worry. The pill lightning will only appear to destroy the pill. That old devil Zhao Jian has spent a lot of effort to concoct this pill. How can he bear to destroy the pill? He will certainly try his best to resist the pill lightning. Even if old devil Zhao is standing in front of us, we still need to be extremely careful. We must not get hit by the residual waves of the pill lightning. While the foreign cultivators were feeling nervous, they suddenly saw Ning Fan summoning a lightning diagram. Then, a baby and a sparrow flew out from the diagram. They were the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant and the Ancestral Lightning Sparrow. This is great. Master has found us another delicacy. The baby and the sparrow were overjoyed. They rushed towards the pill lightning and finished it in just a few bites. Ning Fan kept the lightning diagram and waved his hand. The pill flew into his palm in a whirling motion. As it had just been taken out of the furnace, the pill was still boiling hot. Fortunately, it was not worth mentioning to Ning Fan. So this is the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood. What a strong medicinal power. This medicinal power is almost at the level of a 10th revolution pill. Unfortunately, it is still a lot weaker than a real 10th revolution pill. Is it because the ratio of the yin and yang pills is seriously out of balance? Even though the yin and yang pills have merged after my mediation, it is still not perfect. There is actually the chi of the title on this pill. The title of rain. If I consume this 10,000 spirit blood, I'm afraid I can directly cultivate the complete title of rain. Ning Fan was a little happy. True Sovereign North Sea actually managed to refine the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood just by casually refining it. His luck is really not bad. Unfortunately, before Ning Fan could feel happy for a while, a voice resounded from a distance of 1,000,000 li. "Fellow Taoist, can you let me have a look at the pill in your hand?" Old ancestor Chu Ping was riding a dragon boat towards them. He was still quite a distance away from the Feng Nu clan. That was why he transmitted his voice to them. "No." Ning Fan said indifferently. "If that's the case, I'm sorry to offend you." Old ancestor Chu Ping sighed softly. Almost as soon as his voice fell, Ning Fan felt an endless river that traveled across 1,000,000 li and drowned them. It was a river formed by Tao sense. Although it was not visible to the naked eye, it contained the Tao that old ancestor Chu Ping had cultivated throughout his life. This is the first level of my Tao sense. Its name is Miluo. Chapter 1261. Battles between Tao insights were usually decided in an instant, but this instant was actually only the perception of outsiders. For the people involved, a battle of Tao will might even last for thousands of years, like a dream, but a dream of 100 years was actually just a short dream. However, a battle of Tao will was different from a dream. The danger of a battle of Tao insights was even greater than a real battle. The slightest mistake would result in one's Tao collapsing and one's death. Even one's primordial spirit would not be able to escape. At the moment when he was struck by old ancestor Chu Ping's Tao sense, a trace of Ning Fan's mind was pulled. He could vaguely feel that it was about to leave his body and was being pulled towards the direction of old ancestor Chu Ping's mental world. Do not fight against this person's Tao will. The Ant Lord warned. With Ning Fan's strength, if he resists this, he would definitely be able to stop his spirit sense from leaving his body and avoid this battle. However, if he accepts the battle of Tao sense, it would be hard to tell whether he would survive or not. The Ant Lord's life was linked to Ning Fan's. Of course, he was unwilling to let Ning Fan take this risk for no reason. He thought to himself, "You have a bunch of trump cards on you, including the puppet of the great cultivators, the virtuous umbrella, and the newly comprehended master recognition technique. Even if you are surrounded by many ancient great cultivators, you can still protect yourself. At worst, you will be beaten and flee, but the possibility of losing your life is very small." Why did he have to fight a Tao will battle with others? Wasn't it better to fight with real swords and guns? "Sorry, I don't intend to reject this battle." Ning Fan shook his head. Others might choose to refuse this Tao will battle, but he didn't intend to do so. That was because his Tao was stubborn to begin with. He had always fought with toughness to begin with. Throughout his path of cultivation until now, he'd encountered people he couldn't defeat, and he'd fled and hid from them. However, his Tao heart had never had the thought of admitting defeat, nor had he submitted, nor had he ever lowered his head. Tao enforcers could lose, they could retreat, but they could never cower. If he chose to show weakness at this moment and chose to avoid the battle of Tao insights, then a crack would appear in his Tao heart. This crack wasn't impossible to repair, but it would be extremely difficult to repair. Moreover, in this way, his momentum would fall into a disadvantageous position from the very beginning, and he would end up cowering before the battle even started. Perhaps all of this was the true motive behind old ancestor Chu Ping's Tao perception inviting him to battle. He wanted to give Ning Fan a show of strength before the real battle started, to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. No matter what your objective in starting the Tao battle is, I won't avoid this battle. Ning Fan did not restrain his state of mind. Instead, he sneered and released all of his state of mind, completely invading old ancestor Chu Ping's inner world. After Patriarch Chu Ping sent out the invitation for the Battle of Tao Will, he stopped the dragon boat 1,000,000 miles away from Feng Nu clan. With a solemn expression, he observed everything that happened in Feng Nu clan and did not move forward. Unbelievable. This Zhao Jian actually has a way to recognize the Feng lady race's territory and clan formation. He has also used the Feng lady race's purple micro-dipper power to strengthen himself. It's not just the power of the amethyst dough divination. For some reason, the terrain and the heavenly fate of this place are also under his control. Even time and space are showing signs of being under his control. No wonder he was able to kill true monarch Beihai in such a short period of time. To be able to control time, space, geography, and the heavenly fate was already enough to be ranked at the peak of the illusionary world. However, this person was able to control 4 of them. According to common sense, only saints are usually able to do this. Could this young man be a saint? If he isn't a saint, how could he do this? How could he control a saint's Tao mountain at will to suppress others? If he is a saint, why does he only have the magic power of 20,000 tribulations? 2,000 of the tribulations are not even his own. Besides, I don't know why, but I can sense several dangerous qi from his body. Any one of them is enough to threaten me. However, he still has a few of these trump cards. This person seems to have many secrets. It's not wise to start a battle with him without knowing his background. Let's use the battle of Tao will to probe his background. If he doesn't dare to accept the battle, I can weaken his aura. If he accepts the battle, I will still have an advantage in this battle of Tao will while he is the guest. It won't be difficult for me to probe his background with this advantage. In just an instant, old ancestor Chu Ping had analyzed the pros and cons of the battle. Just as he was waiting for Ning Fan's response, he was startled when he saw Ning Fan suddenly sending all of his state of mind towards him. I only invited a trace of your state of mind to accept the battle, but you actually sent all of your state of mind. Are you planning to turn the tables? Old ancestor Chu Ping was a little surprised. Indeed. Ning Fan said with a smile. His face did not show the slightest hint of fear in the battle of Tao will. Sigh. It's really a miscalculation. I have never thought that the Tao will perfected sovereign whose name shakes the entire northern heaven is actually a devil cultivator. Old ancestor Chu Ping said with a bitter smile. Why did he say that? Most of the cultivators would adopt a cautious attitude when faced with unknown risks. They would either choose to retreat for a while or choose to be steady and prudent. Very few of them would choose to take the risk and fight with their lives. Only a true devil lord would make such a choice. Only a person with such a personality would have the ability to overcome the various inner devils on the path of the devil and eventually cultivate the devil path to the peak. Before coming here, old ancestor Chu Ping had already calculated with his fingers. He had predicted that Ning Fan's good reputation in the northern heaven had spread far and wide. He was the famous perfected sovereign of Tao will and the role model of all cultivators. That was also the reason why he had the wrong impression about Ning Fan. What he did not know was that it was just a facade on the surface. It was just a rumor spread by word of mouth among the cultivators of the northern heaven. He did not have the slightest understanding of Ning Fan's true nature and essence. No matter how hard he tried, he could not predict it. Therefore, old ancestor Chu Ping had never thought that Ning Fan might be a devil lord from the very beginning. In the end, he made a mistake in the first round of the battle. I was careless and this person actually turned the tables on me. In this case, how this battle of Tao will unfold is no longer under my control. Sigh. Ning Fan walked in the vast expanse of white heaven and earth in a daze. He could not see the path ahead nor the path back. He did not remember that he was in the middle of a battle of Tao will. After all, he was fighting against an ancient great cultivator. Moreover, his opponent was also in a daze at this moment. There was no reason for Ning Fan to be the only one who could remain clear-headed. His opponent was certainly not a weakling. His cultivation base was already above Ning Fan's. Besides, this was a battle that he had issued to Ning Fan and the place of battle was his opponent's mental world. From the very beginning, his opponent had the advantage of the right time, the right place and the right people. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was in an absolutely disadvantageous position right from the beginning. Fortunately, Ning Fan took the risk and released all of his spirit sense unexpectedly, completely invading old ancestor Chu Ping's mental world. Due to a moment of carelessness, Ning Fan allowed old ancestor Chu Ping to invade half of his mental world on the spot. As such, Ning Fan had forcefully seized the advantage of the right time and the right place. However, he was still slightly inferior to his opponent in terms of the right people. After all, his opponent was a genuine great cultivator. As for Ning Fan, putting aside his magic power, he was still inferior to his opponent even after receiving the support of the Ziwei Do number. The biggest difference was still Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Even though Ning Fan had assimilated his ancient divine, ancient demon and ancient devil cultivation base into his divine spirit cultivation base, he still did not break through to the immortal emperor realm or quasi-saint realm on the spot. In terms of cultivation base alone, he was still an immortal king. In order to break through to the immortal emperor realm or quasi-saint realm, he obviously still needed a lot of insights and a long period of cultivation. Overall, after Ning Fan's reversal, this battle of Dao Will was considered to be in a relatively fair state. Who am I? I must remember. I must remember this matter, that's right. I am Ning Fan. I also seem to be called Zhao Jian. Or maybe I am Liu Bei, Zhou Ming or something else. I seem to be doing something extremely dangerous. However, I really can't remember what it is exactly. Ning Fan was really impressive. In just a short period of time, he had roughly remembered who he was. One must know that at this moment, old ancestor Chu Ping had yet to remember who he was from the Battle of Dao Will. He was still lost in the boundless white world. Perhaps, the reason why he could remember him so quickly was related to the fact that he had recklessly acknowledged him as his master. When Ning Fan remembered who he was, he gradually saw the surrounding scenery clearly. What entered his eyes was a surging river. At this moment, he was rowing a boat on the river. The person rowing the boat was an old man with a white beard. His face was wearing a harmless chrysanthemum smile. No matter how Ning Fan looked at him, he found this old man familiar. However, he just could not remember who he was. May I ask who you are and where is this place? Ning Fan asked. As soon as he spoke, he realized that his voice was actually that of a child. Strange. My bone age is already several 100,000 years old. Why did I suddenly turn into a dying child? Speaking of which, what exactly is the dangerous thing that I am about to do? I just feel that I have to remember this as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will lose the initiative. While Ning Fan was muttering to himself, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He had just received a violent blow and a huge bump appeared on his head. Brat Ning Fan, you really have no manners. Who are you calling old man? It was the old man rowing the boat who gave Ning Fan a violent blow. Ning Fan tried to explain himself. In the end, he received another violent blow and 2 bumps appeared on his head. Don't talk back to me. I know that you have studied for a few years and you are used to talking nonsense with me. Unfortunately, it's useless. I won't give you the chance to speak. Don't even think about talking about the great principles of a master being kind and a son being filial to me. I don't understand the great principles. The heavens and the earth are vast but my fist is the strongest. I'm not. Bang! That a third bump appeared on Ning Fan's head. He finally learned to shut his mouth obediently. Since he couldn't figure out the situation now, it was better to wait and see. Seeing that Ning Fan no longer spoke, the old man nodded with satisfaction. You are worth teaching. Then, the old man rowed the boat to the center of the river and let the boat drift with the current. He took out 2 fishing rods, one for himself and the other for Ning Fan. Why are you giving me this? Ning Fan wanted to ask but didn't in the end. Because he saw the old man raising his fist as if he didn't like him talking. Thus, he didn't say anything in the end and only glanced at the fishing rod. I'm giving you a fishing rod, of course, to let you fish. So stupid. Are you people from Wuyu all so stupid? Our Chu people are still smarter. The old man suddenly had a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. His face once again bloomed with a wretched chrysanthemum smile. So I am from Wu Yu and this old man is from Chu. Ning Fan thought. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand, Ning Fan was suddenly speechless. This fishing rod doesn't have a fish hook. Even if he had to suffer another punch, Ning Fan still had to speak his mind. The strange thing was that after Ning Fan asked this question, the old man didn't give him another bag. Instead, he was also stunned and looked at the fishing rod in his hand with a puzzled expression. There really isn't a fishing rod. Could it be that my cultivation has already reached this stage and I have already touched the threshold of Tao sense entering the inverse state? The old man muttered to himself. When he thought that he was about to enter the inverse state, the old man smiled even more happily. Even looking at Ning Fan, the person in his dream, he felt especially close. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly entered the cabin and found a few fishing hooks. Old man, there are fishing hooks in the cabin. Damn it! I knew that entering the inverse state of Tao sense wasn't that simple. Sure enough, I'm still far from it. The old man's mood instantly turned bad. Even his eyes were blinking when he looked at Ning Fan. He took the fishing hooks from Ning Fan's hand and gave Ning Fan 2 more hits. Why 2 hits? Didn't I just say 1 hit? I only said 1 sentence when I gave you the fishing hooks. Ning Fan cursed inwardly. There was 1 hit just now because I was in a good mood. Now, I've made up for it. The old man said angrily. Ning Fan was speechless. Who exactly is this old man? Not only does he have a weird temper, but he is also very stingy and has a wretched appearance. The most hateful thing is that he actually repaid my kindness with enmity. I gave him the fishing hooks out of kindness, but he actually hit me with his fists. But it's really strange, I vaguely remember my name. I also vaguely remember my personality. I'm definitely not someone who would be bullied by others. Why didn't I get angry after being punched 4 times by this old man? That's right. Ning Fan did not get angry after being punched 4 times by the old man. Instead, he felt very close to him as if he had not seen this old man for many years. Speaking of which, this old man addressed himself as master. Could it be that we are master and disciple? Could it be that I've really acknowledged such an evil master? Thinking in this direction, Ning Fan vaguely felt that he could remember more things. He always felt that he had been strangled by this old man before and asked if he wanted to live or die. That's right. That's exactly what he wanted to remember. Soon. Soon. I'm about to remember who I am. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Ning Fan vaguely grasped the clue of his memories. He could not help but blurt out a sentence. It was a sentence that even he could not understand. Master, I wonder if Master's wife has recovered. Who's Master's wife? Why did I ask this question? Little Ning, this is a very good question. No one knew which part of the old man's nerves had been triggered. Instantly, he became furious and glared at Ning Fan. Then, he gave Ning Fan a 5th smack on the head. You know that I'm an old widower on the Mi Luo River. I started ferrying people here when I was 17 years old. Now that I'm over 60 years old, no woman has ever taken a fancy to me and married me. You just had to ask this question. Very good. Very good. You've even learned to rub salt on the wound. You're not bad. Bang! It was the 6th time. In other words, Master, you've been single for 43 years. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. 60 years old, minus 17, wouldn't it be 43 years? He always felt that he was very sensitive to the number 43, but he did not know why. You still dare to say that? Ayaya, this old man has underestimated you in the past. I didn't know that you're a man who is not afraid of iron fists. Bang! The 7th time. Are you sure it's 43 years? Ning Fan was really concerned about 43 years. He would rather get punched to ask. This time, it was the old man's turn to feel horrified. Even though he was currently comprehending the Tao in his dream, each of his punches and kicks carried true injuries of Tao laws. In other words, his punches could really hurt others through endless dreams. What was the background of this kid called Ning Fan? After suffering 7 punches from his dream, he still dared to challenge him. Needless to say, he really liked this kid's stubborn temper. I like it. Good question. If you ask a few more times, this old man will tell you whether it's 43 years or not. Bang! The 8th time, the 9th time, the 10th time, this old man had hit Ning Fan 43 times in one breath. Aren't you very interested in 43 years? Come, I'll let you forever remember the feeling of having 43 bumps on your head. Ning Fan was convinced and looked at the old man with a look that said, this old man is probably a madman. The old man saw that Ning Fan didn't make a sound after suffering 43 punches in a row. He was shocked and looked at Ning Fan with a look that said, this kid is a good seedling that can be cultivated. Can I speak now? Ning Fan asked. He was no longer afraid of being beaten. Because after suffering 43 punches, he could see that the old man cherished his talent and didn't have the heart to bully him anymore. You can, but I suggest you not to speak too much. This is for your own good. The old man explained. Why is that? I thought you are a resident of this place, but it turns out that you aren't. I only realized this after I punched you 29 times, then why did you still give me 43 punches? Idiot, this is this old man's test for you. You suffered 43 punches in a row and still didn't change your expression. You didn't feel any pain or itch. You have already obtained my approval. This old man thought that you were a passerby in my dream, but now, I really have the intention to take you as my disciple. Do you know who I am? I am the new saint of the true world, the sect master of the Yin and Yang sect, Han. Forget it. You don't need to know my name. You just need to know that my surname is Han. Oh. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. That's it. Old man Han seemed to be very displeased with Ning Fan's reaction. Could it be that this kid doesn't know what it means to be a saint of the true world? Could it be that this kid came from some remote illusory world where even birds don't shit? Or maybe this kid is just an ordinary mortal who entered his dream by chance but doesn't know what kind of good fortune it is to be sincerely taken as a disciple by a saint. You don't want to be my disciple. Old man Han subconsciously thought that Ning Fan's indifference was a tactful rejection. Under normal circumstances, if a saint shows interest in taking you as a disciple, shouldn't you bow to him and show a surprised smile? Why is this kid not surprised at all? Does he really not know how powerful a saint is? So what if I don't want to? Aren't I your disciple in the first place? Ning Fan said with a smile. You're right. In my dream, you're playing the role of the apprentice that I adopted when I was experiencing the life of a boatman. Naturally, you're also considered as my disciple. It seems like I was too naive. Old man Han sighed as if he was sighing at Ning Fan's stupidity. He actually could not tell the difference between a dream and reality. How could the master-disciple relationship in a dream be taken seriously? Once he wakes up from the dream, he would have to return to his original path. What a silly kid. He actually missed the great opportunity to become a disciple of a saint just like that. Just when old man Han was sighing at Ning Fan's stupidity, he suddenly heard the sound of water breaking. It was Ning Fan who had caught a fish. Kid, you're not bad. You've already caught a carp in just a short while. This fish isn't simple at all. It seems to have a trace of the Dao carp clan's bloodline. Unfortunately, it has been too many generations and the bloodline has already faded away. However, this also shows that you're quite lucky. You actually managed to catch a Dao carp. You're indeed worthy of being the disciple that I once fancied and almost accepted as my disciple. Old Man Han gave Ning Fan a thumbs up. What he was really thinking was this kid actually caught such a huge fish. If I don't catch an even bigger one, wouldn't I lose to him? Thus, Old Man Han, who was known as a dignified saint, finally entered his fishing mode seriously. At this moment, Old Man Han's eyes were as bright as the starry sky. The starry sky in his eyes was moving along the unique path of samsara. It was indescribably magical. His eyes seemed to be able to see through all samsara and karma. He seemed to be able to see through how many fish, prawns, toads and mud were in the Mi Luo River. He gently waved the fishing rod as if he was not waving the fishing rod but the entire samsara time and space. He captured the karma lines of every fish in this place and predicted the life and death of all the fish. Most of the fish that were about to die were the fish that were about to be caught by someone. This kind of fish was the easiest to be hooked and also the easiest to be caught. Why is there another sound of water coming out? Master, I've caught the second fish. Ning Fan caught another fish. It was a Dao carp that was fatter and bigger than the previous one. Hee hee. Not bad, not bad. Continue to work hard and catch a few more. Then, you'll be able to catch up to my galloping horse. Old Man Han was praising Ning Fan's amazing fishing technique on the surface, but he was secretly cursing in his heart. This kid must have stepped on dog shit, right? It's just a lucky guess. Don't mind him, and so on. Not long after that, Ning Fan caught the third fish. The fourth. The fifth. The sixth. He caught 43 Dao carps in one go. You're promising. Good, good. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Old Man Han was already extremely jealous of Ning Fan's fishing technique. On the surface, he still had to praise Ning Fan in a serious manner to show that he was magnanimous. How motherfucking annoying. I, on the other hand, can't even catch a single fish even after trying my best. Could it be that these Dao carps sensed my Saint Chi and did not dare to come close to me? Yes, that must be it. These foolish fishes really have a good eye. If they have a better eye and know how many fish they can catch to make me happy, it would be even better if they don't let that brat beside me take another fish. After Old Man Han comforted himself, his mood became much better. When he saw that Ning Fan did not catch any more fish after catching 43 fish, he could not help but feel even happier. This brat really made a wild guess when he caught all the fish before this. Look, I can't catch the 44th fish now, can I? Humans can be lucky for a moment but not for a lifetime. When things come to a critical juncture, it really depends on one's own strength. Old Man Han, who was in a good mood, even took the initiative to pat Ning Fan's shoulder and comforted him with sincere words. Little Ning, don't be discouraged. For us devil cultivators, the most important thing is the state of mind. To be able to rise and fall, to be noble and humble, to be flexible and to have or not to have, is the true devil cultivator. Fishing is fun for a moment and it will always be fun for a long time. However, what if one day you can no longer catch any more fish? That will be the moment when you suffer the greatest blow, and it is also the key to cultivating the devil path. If you can't catch the 44th fish, I will definitely not look down on you. However, if you look down on yourself, then you will no longer be able to cultivate the devil path. Thank you for your advice, Master. After Ning Fan thanked Old Man Han, he pulled the fishing rod and instantly caught the 44th fish. After that, he released the fish back into the river. Actually, I can catch more fish. It's just that I have been thinking about the true meaning of 43 in my heart and I am not willing to catch more fish. I will roast them. Old Man Han really wanted to curse out loud. I have seen people who act cool, but I have never seen someone who is so good at acting. So, the reason why you catch 43 fish is because you only want to catch 43 fish and I catch 0 fish is because I only have the ability to catch 0 fish. Even if you are not willing to catch more fish, you will still be able to catch the 44th fish and you will never be able to return to the mental state of 43. Look at that fish. After it bit your hook, there is a wound on its lips. Even if you release it back into the river, the wound will not be erased and the karma will not disappear. Master, you are wrong. Look at that fish carefully. There is no wound on its mouth because I have already straightened the hook. You mean, you have been fishing with a straight hook? Yes. Have you used bait? No. You can catch as many fish as you want just like that? Yes. Kid, you are really a genius in the art of fishing. Old Man Han was dealt a heavy blow. For the first time in his life, he doubted whether he was a fool or not. However, magic techniques are just a minor Tao. You must not be too obsessed with it. Remember, the most important thing is not the number of fish you catch but the mental state you have when fishing. Look at me, have I ever caught a single fish? Do you know that if I wanted to, the 18,000 fish in the Luo River would all be hooked by me? But so what? Even if I can catch all the carps in this river, how can I catch all the fish in the world? I can't catch all the living beings in the world. A human's strength is limited but the cycle of samsara is endless. That is why I am trying to comprehend the cycle of samsara and improve my Tao sense by fishing and ferrying here. Do you understand now? Old Man Han said in an unfathomable tone. Oh. What he got was still a nonchalant answer. Obviously, Ning Fan did not take Old Man Han's boasting seriously. Obviously, he really understood Old Man Han's temperament. He knew that this foolish old man only knew how to kill and rob people and nothing else. When he concocts pills, his cauldron explodes. When he fishes, he returns empty-handed. Yes. This is the true nature of my master. Strange. Why do I know this person's temperament so well? Speaking of which, the reason why I can catch so many fish is because I have some kind of strange comprehension towards the fish in the river. Today, people fish but in the future, the heavens fish me, not only that. Just now, Master said that there are a total of 18,000 fish in this river. I also feel a little curious about this number. While Ning Fan was pondering, a flying dragon suddenly flew towards him from afar. The strange thing was that it seemed like only Ning Fan could see the arrival of the flying dragon. There were also many people of Chu country around this Luo River. However, these people seemed to be unable to see the flying dragon. None of them heard the majestic aura of the flying dragon. Did this flying dragon use some kind of ability to cover its tracks? Ning Fan thought to himself. The closer the flying dragon got, the more Ning Fan felt that the chi of this dragon had a soul-stirring feeling. It was very strong. Terrifyingly strong. This feeling was definitely not from the second step. This was a flying dragon that was comparable to a Saint Realm flying dragon. However, Ning Fan did not know which stage of the Saint Realm it was at. Brat, why do you have the luck of my clan? The flying dragon hovered above the Luo River and asked angrily. When it saw Ning Fan catching 43 Dao carps from the river, it became even angrier. Thief! How dare you fish for my Dao Carp clan? Apparently, this flying dragon was a product of the Dao Carp clan after the carps leaped through the dragon gate. It was really a Saint Realm flying dragon. Moreover, the purpose of its arrival was to obtain the luck of the Dao Carp clan. I remember something now. I seem to have killed some experts of the Dao Carp clan for some reason and used some methods to snatch the luck of 1,500 colored beasts from them. This is going to be troublesome. The Saint Realm expert of the Dao Carp clan has come to seek revenge. What should I do? Ning Fan finally felt a little nervous. Old Man Han, who was standing at the side, saw all of his nervous expressions. Immediately, his heart bloomed with joy. Hee hee. I thought you don't know fear. Why are you afraid just because you met an enemy of the incipient Saint realm in your dream? If that's really the case, there are still many things that you need to be afraid of in the future. As long as this incipient Saint realm expert marks your dream and comes to you frequently in the future, I'm afraid you won't even dare to sleep anymore. Ha ha ha. I've finally found a place that is stronger than you. Strange. Why doesn't this kid have any trace of a dream realm on him? Could it be that he doesn't have the ability to dream? Or did some supreme existence seal his ability to dream? I don't think so. Those supreme existences are so bored that they would seal the dream realm of a junior. Sure enough, it's because of this kid. Or perhaps, he came to my dream realm by chance and didn't rely on the Tao path of dreams. Instead, he used a method similar to Tao sense battle or soul battle. That's why he doesn't have any trace of a dream realm. Just as Old Man Han was puzzled, he saw the flying dragon suddenly making its move. It seemed like it wanted to kill Ning Fan on the spot. The dragon spat out a blue dragon pearl from its mouth. All of a sudden, the water element magic power of heaven and earth gathered in the dragon's mouth and formed a great circle of reincarnation. That great circle became more and more solid. In an instant, it turned into a Tao light ball. That light ball contained unimaginable power. Once it hits them, almost no other cultivators would be able to survive, except for experts like Ancient Chaos and Mo Zhong who had a higher cultivation level than them. This is bad. It seems like I can only block this attack with the virtuous umbrella. I finally remembered the virtuous umbrella, but I still can't remember anything more. Just as Ning Fan was about to take out the virtuous umbrella to fight against the enemy, Old Man Han who was at the side acted first. At this moment, Old Man Han's expression was terrifyingly cold. Even though he was happy to see Ning Fan suffer a setback, it was one thing to suffer a setback and another to lose his life. He was a true sage. He could use his Tao light true injury to kill people across dreamlands. The flying dragon sage in the sky was probably also proficient in this Tao. If this attack really hits Ning Fan would probably die without a doubt. Even though he did not know what kind of relationship Ning Fan had with the Tao Carp clan, he was still his unmarried disciple after all. Ning Fan was a disciple that he had taken a liking to and had almost accepted as his disciple. A mere primordial saint of the Tao Carp clan actually dared to attack his disciple. Good. Very good. Tao Carp little thief, you seem to be very confident in your water element Tao light. How about I destroy you with fire? Old Man Han sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of flame. That flame was as cold as ice at first. Then, it turned into balls of purple golden flames. Eventually, all the purple golden flames turned into black flames. This is the 3 lifetime fire essence technique. As Old Man Han spoke coldly, his black flames soared into the sky. His killing intent was locked onto Fei Long. Fei Long was stunned. Then, he snorted disdainfully. I was wondering who you were. So you're the newly promoted merit saint of the Yin and Yang sect. How foolish, how arrogant. How dare you use fire element Tao light to fight my Tao Carp clan's water. You're really reckless. Fei Long's face was filled with contempt. He spat out the blue light ball of Tao light from his mouth. The light ball suddenly exploded and turned into 100,000 rivers. They swore to drown everything in front of them. However, it was a pity that before the rivers could drown anyone, they were burned into steam by Old Man Han's black flames. Then, they were burned to nothing. Impossible. Water restrains fire. My Tao restrains you. Moreover, my cultivation is higher than yours. Moreover, I achieve Tao by killing corpses. My status is higher than yours. How could it be like this? Fei Long's expression changed drastically. Do you know that my disciple only caught 43 fish because he only wanted to catch this number? Do you know that this old man achieved merit saint because he only wanted to become a saint like this? Who told you that a merit saint is weaker than a corpse slayer saint? I don't believe it. Who told you that fire can't overcome water? I don't believe it. I don't trust anyone. The only thing I trust is my heart. After all, this is a world that exists as long as you believe in it. Old Man Han laughed coldly and soared into the air, chasing after the flying dragon. Raising his hand, Zhang Xian made a grabbing motion, and the black flames in the sky morphed into a gigantic black cauldron, which smashed toward the flying dragon. Boom! The black cauldron struck the flying dragon's skull. Puff! One of the dragon's horns was smashed off on the spot. As it spat out blood, it fell from the sky. When he finally stabilized his falling momentum with great difficulty, Fei Long noticed to his astonishment that his cultivation had actually been sealed for a few eras of reincarnation after merely being struck by the flaming cauldron once. What sorcery was this? How could it be so powerful? How many epochs did he have? If he was hit a few more times, wouldn't he be gravely injured? That thief was too strong. The wind was tight. Humph. I have matters to attend to today, so I won't bother with you. Goodbye. Bullshit. Who do you think you are to argue with me? You still want to escape? Did I allow you to escape? Boom boom boom. Old Man Han chased after it and smashed several cauldrons in a row, smashing the flying dragon until it fled from his dream in a panic. Only then did he return to the ship while cursing and swearing. When Old Man Han saw Ning Fan looking at him with a face full of shock, he immediately felt like acting cool. He kept his fire cauldron and said indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. You haven't seen anything bigger, so don't be too surprised. Master, does Mistress know that you are so powerful? Ning Fan asked in astonishment. Good lad. How dare you mention this again? Old Man Han's nerves were triggered once again. He was so angry that he raised his hand and gave Ning Fan another knock on the head. Then, with a tone of, I couldn't hold it in, I really couldn't hold it in. Sorry. If you don't like it, you can fight back. Ning Fan giggled foolishly. He felt that it had been many years since he had seen his master. Occasionally getting beaten up like this was quite nostalgic. Forget it, forget it. I won't hit you anymore. You've become stupid. By the way, how did you offend the Dao Carp clan saint? He said that you seized the destiny of the Dao Carp race, could it be true? Aren't you afraid of being condemned by the 10,000 clans of the mountain and sea realm? I don't remember anything. Ning Fan said helplessly. Then what else do you remember? I vaguely remember that I came here to do something very important. Something very important. What exactly is it? Maybe I can remember some clues. Old Man Han frowned. He could also vaguely see that Ning Fan was having a battle of Dao sense with someone. That was why he accidentally entered his dreamland. It was not strange in itself for this young man to be able to enter his dreamland. His dreamland did not have a password. Who wouldn't be able to enter whenever they want to? The fact that the two of them met here could only be attributed to fate. After all, this was a world where those who were fated to meet each other from thousands of miles away. This old man and you are fated. Old Man Han suddenly said something without any rhyme or reason. Ning Fan was stunned. He did not understand what Old Man Han was trying to say. You should be having a battle of Dao sense with someone. Old Man Han continued. So it's actually a battle of Dao sense. Since Senior told me about this, wouldn't I be cheating? After being reminded, Ning Fan recalled some things again. He remembered the battle of Dao sense with old ancestor Chu Ping. However, he still could not recall the specific cause, process, details and past. Cheating. Ha ha ha. You should also be a devil cultivator. Why would you say such a ridiculous thing? We devil cultivators can only snatch what we can't get. If we can't snatch it, we can only snatch it by force. Devils can only survive in this world by deceiving others. As long as it doesn't go against their Tao heart, what's the harm in deceiving everyone in the world? As for cheating, it's really ridiculous. In this world, other than the things that we are obsessed with, there is only life and death. There is no good or evil, good or evil. Deceiving others is not actually considered as deceiving. It can only be said that the enemy is stupid. How can I say that I'm cheating? So you don't have to be afraid. Guanqiu, I will help you kill one if one of them comes. If two of them come, I will help you kill both of them. Master doesn't have to help me with this. I will deal with it myself. Even though I don't remember the details of this battle, I know myself very well. Since I dared to accept the battle of Tao sense from my opponent, I must have some confidence. Moreover, I have my master reminding me from the side right now and I have recalled too many things. This battle of Tao sense is already in the bag and I don't think I have a fair chance of winning. The only thing I need to wait for is the appearance of that opponent. Ning Fan rejected Old Man Han's offer of help. This made Old Man Han a little disappointed. He still wanted to help Ning Fan a few more times so that he could have more opportunities to act tough. Forget it. It's better to let the juniors handle their own matters. However, if the seniors come to deal with Ning Fan, he would not sit still and do nothing. Sure enough, it's better to encrypt the dreamland to prevent this young man from stirring up too much karma and attracting some powerful opponents. On the other hand, if I can't even deal with him, wouldn't I be sending him to his death in vain? However, based on my understanding of this young man in just a short period of time, even if he encounters some supreme beings in this dream, he should be able to escape unscathed. I don't know why, but I have such confidence in him. I seem to have a deep understanding of this young man's personality, but the reason is still unclear. For the next few days, there were no more big troubles like the Flying Dragon Saint. Old Man Han was also happy to have some peace and quiet. He continued to practice fishing every day. After practicing for 7 days, he finally caught a turtle by luck under Ning Fan's guidance. Immediately, Old Man Han's expression became uneasy. Turtle is a turtle, a tortoise, it doesn't seem to be a good omen to catch this thing. Forget it. At least this thing is very nourishing when I make soup with it. Take it and make it into stew. Old Man Han handed the turtle to Ning Fan to cook. Ning Fan complained in his heart but he still listened to the order and cooked the turtle soup. Old Man Han tasted a mouthful and was instantly shocked. Kid, you really hid your skills well. Even your cooking skills are so good. Is there anything you don't know? The cycle of samsara is like a circle. The bigger the circle, the more unknowns there will be. I have a lot of unknowns, so, you're indirectly boasting that you're very cool, aren't you? Old Man Han was furious and jealous. Just as he was about to give Ning Fan another thrashing, he suddenly saw a person arriving at the bank of Luo River. His eyes were filled with despair as he stared at the surging river water. He's old ancestor Chu Ping. Ning Fan recognized the person at first glance. Didn't you tell me a few days ago that you don't remember who the enemy is? Old Man Han was displeased. He felt like he was deceived. I really don't remember. Then how did you know his name? I asked about the water of Luo River, the boat oars, the fish that I caught and everything that might be tainted by this person's karma, huh? What are you talking about? Are you speaking human language? Old Man Han did not quite understand what Old Man Han was saying. All in all, I used some special methods and obtained some useful information. Master, you don't have to interfere in the following matters. I will deal with them myself. Master, please pull the boat to the shore. I will go and meet that person. Chapter 1262. Patriarch Chu Ping was in a daze. He walked to the bank of Miluo River, looking haggard and haggard. His eyes were filled with a vacant look. Sometimes he looked at the river, sometimes he looked at the distant mountains, sometimes he looked at his own reflection in the river. Everywhere he looked, everything was tainted with boundless sorrow. The originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly became gloomy and dusky, and a continuous rain began to fall. The green mountains in the distance suddenly lost all color and turned gray. The originally beautiful Miluo River suddenly lost all its vitality. The river water turned into a rapid current, slapping the shore with raging waves. Just like Patriarch Chu Ping's heart, he could not calm down at all. Sigh. Why did it suddenly rain all of a sudden? There had been many Chu people fishing and working by the river. Seeing the weather change, they all ran to a grass hut by the river to hide from the rain. However, Patriarch Chu Ping did not take shelter from the rain. Like an unusual creature, he stood right in the middle of the rain, completely out of tune with the world. Seeing this scene, some of the people hiding from the rain in the straw hut sneered, while others sighed repeatedly. Could it be that the third minister is really as crazy as the rumors say? It's raining, yet you don't even bother to hide. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Watch your words. The third minister is a noble of Chu. He is just grieving. How dare you say that he has gone mad? The news of Ing Capital's destruction is a huge blow to him. How pitiful. If the late king was willing to listen to the advice of Senior Minister San Lu, how could our Chu country end up like this? Look over there, there's a little kid who hasn't taken shelter from the rain. He doesn't even know how to take shelter on a rainy day. Could he be an idiot too? The little doll that everyone was referring to was none other than Ning Fan, who had transformed into a child. Ning Fan went ashore and slowly walked along the riverside. From time to time, the water splashed down and dripped onto his body, but he did not bother to wipe it off. The rain fell on him, but he did not dodge. It was as if his body was one with the Tao, as if he had become one with the rain. It was as if the rain was a part of him. Be it the splashes or the rain, they were all cold. Even with Ning Fan's cultivation base, he still felt a bone-piercing chill. What was cold was not the rain or water, but the Tao intent and grief that permeated it. This person is my opponent in the Tao sense battle. This person's Tao sense is very strong. This person's cultivation has clearly not reached the third step, but his Tao intent is so strong that it has faintly reached the third step. Ning Fan's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised. This haggard, despairing, and sorrowful old man was actually such a powerful figure. His cultivation hadn't reached the third step, but his Tao insight was extremely powerful. If he's at his peak, then even if I occupy all sorts of advantages, I would only have a 50% chance of winning this Tao insight battle. 3 points would be a draw, and the remaining 2 points would be a loss. Unfortunately, there's nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. This person's heart is already dead. Thus, his Tao sense has lost all warmth. It's not difficult to defeat such a dejected Tao sense. Green light flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. Although he didn't remember who he was, he could use some of his divine abilities instinctively. Old ancestor Chu Ping acted as if he did not see Ning Fan, who was standing in the distance. He did not remember that he was currently in a battle of Tao will. He only remembered half of who he was. He only remembered the first half of his life, but he couldn't remember the second half of his life. In the first half of his life, he was Chu Ping, the third minister of Chu, a sinner who was exiled twice. But what crime did he commit? He. If it was a crime to be loyal and direct, if it was a crime to be unwilling to associate with the filthy world, then he was really guilty of the most heinous crime. If it was in the past, he still hoped that the king of Chu would come to his senses and understand his loyalty. Then, he would be able to save the declining fate of the country, but now, everything was not important anymore. The moment the capital of Chu was breached, his heart was completely dead. The king abandoned the capital and fled in panic. Although the current Chu country was still safe for the time being, the moment the capital was breached, the fate of the country had been completely taken away by the Qin people. The fate of the country was gone, and the fate of the country was exhausted. The divine continent would fall into the hands of the Qin people sooner or later. This was fate. It was too difficult to resist it. What else can I do? What can I do? Don't tell me you want me to die for the country. Ha ha ha, it's so easy to die for the country. As long as the king summons me, even if the fate of Great Chu is exhausted, I'm willing to follow the king and die for the country. Carrying a long sword and a bow, my head and body are separated, but my heart will not be punished. My heart is kind. Even if I have to die 9 times, I will not regret it. What a pity. How hateful. How sad. Until now, the king still doesn't need me and treats me like grass. My loyalty has always been wishful thinking. Patriarch Chu Ping's sorrowful thoughts were getting more and more sorrowful. He walked crazily by the river. Sometimes he sighed, sometimes he screamed, and sometimes he recited sorrowful and heroic poems. In the straw hut in the distance, some people laughed at him, some sympathized with him, and some pitied him. But no one could understand him. What a pity. The third minister of Chu's body was already weak. After being drenched by the rain, he became even more deranged. Sighs could be heard coming from the straw hut. Not good. Why is he getting closer and closer to the river? Could it be that he wants to jump into the river? Some of them noticed something was wrong. Immediately, a few men rose to their feet and rushed out of the straw hut, trying to stop Patriarch Chu Ping from jumping into the river. However, they could not get close to him. Patriarch Chu Ping's Tao sense was too strong. It was impossible for a few mortals to pass through his layers of Tao sense and get close to his body. His aura was as if the heavens would not allow him to die if he wanted to live. If he wanted to die, the heavens would not allow him to live either. Hee hee. Why don't I just go back? Why don't I just go back? Patriarch Chu Ping stepped into the river. When Ning Fan saw that his opponent actually took the initiative to seek death, he was stunned at first. Then, he fell into deep thought and his expression changed slightly. He took a quick step forward, trying to stop Chu Ping from drowning himself in the river. Why? It turned out that although Patriarch Chu Ping did not want to be in the Tao sense battle, he had the thought of seeking for death at this moment. If Patriarch Chu Ping really succeeded in seeking for death, Ning Fan would be considered to have lost. This is the first level of Tao sense of this old man. I name it Miluo. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have been touched. He recalled many things. He recalled what Patriarch Chu Ping said before the Tao sense battle began. Since he mentioned the first level of Tao sense, there must be a second level of Tao sense or even a third or fourth level of Tao sense. In other words, this Tao sense battle would not only have one confrontation. It was highly likely that there would be many confrontations. What Ning Fan was facing now should be the first confrontation of Tao sense. He must defeat this man's intention to jump into the river and commit suicide. Rumble.it was the sound of Ning Fan's Tao sense and Patriarch Chu Ping's Tao sense clashing intensely. Ordinary people could not get close to Patriarch Chu Ping, but Ning Fan could. He was forcefully advancing forward while withstanding the boundless Tao sense of Patriarch Chu Ping. The momentum of the collision of Tao sense was extremely great. However, ordinary people could not see this scene. The people in the straw hut could only see a fisherman walking slowly towards Patriarch Chu Ping. Then, they felt a strong gust of wind and thunder rumbling across heaven and earth. However, the strange thing was that they could not see the shadow of lightning at all. They thought to themselves, could it be that the thunder is coming from somewhere far away? The closer Ning Fan got to Patriarch Chu Ping, the greater the obstruction of the Tao sense he faced. The collision of their Tao sense became more and more intense. It actually showed signs of breaking through heaven and earth of this world. If heaven and earth were to collapse, this Tao sense battle would probably end in a draw. Humph. Little heaven and earth. Did I allow you to collapse? Seeing that this Tao sense battle would probably end in a draw due to the collapse of heaven and earth, one of them was displeased. Far away, Old Man Han stood on the fishing boat. His face was filled with displeasure as he glared at the vast heavens and earth. With just a gaze, the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth were forcefully locked, preventing heaven and earth from collapsing. With little Ning's personality, he definitely won't be happy to end this Tao sense battle like this. Old Man Han muttered to himself. Deep down, he was feeling rather puzzled. He could not understand why he knew Ning Fan's personality so well. There were still 10 steps left. 9 steps. 8 steps. Ning Fan was getting closer and closer to Patriarch Chu Ping. Even though Patriarch Chu Ping's Tao sense was strong, it could not stop him from getting closer. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Ning Fan finally arrived in front of Patriarch Chu Ping. He also stepped into the river and pulled Patriarch Chu Ping back. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan stopped Patriarch Chu Ping from jumping into the river, the two Tao senses that were clashing against each other in heaven and earth ended their collision. The winner had been decided. Ning Fan won. However, it could only be considered as him winning one round. The competition of this Tao sense battle was definitely not just limited to this round. Being in the lead for a while did not mean that Ning Fan would be the final winner. Little kid, why did you stop me? Patriarch Chu Ping asked in surprise. It seemed like he did not realize that he had unintentionally released his boundless Tao sense. He also did not know that a Tao sense battle had broken out between him and Ning Fan. He did not remember anything at all. Everything happened in an unconscious state. Just by releasing his Tao sense unconsciously, he is already so strong. If this person is conscious and his Tao heart is not dead, what kind of state would he be in? Ning Fan suppressed the heaviness in his heart. At this moment, since the other party did not remember that he was his opponent, he would not take the initiative to reveal his identity. He cupped his fists politely, as if he was really just an ordinary fisherman. Then, he asked, "Aren't you the third minister of the imperial court? Why did you come here to seek death?" Obviously, Ning Fan had heard the discussions about old ancestor Chu Ping from the passers-by and found out that he was the third minister of the imperial court. It was just an ordinary question. However, it made old ancestor Chu Ping's eyes look even more dazed. He felt as if he had been in a different world. It was as if the same scene had already happened a long time ago. There was also someone who asked him the same question when he was contemplating about jumping into the river. Zi Fei is the third minister of the imperial court. Why did he have to go to this extent? Strange. Child, you are still young. You still don't understand the difficulties of the world. There is a kind of pain that is more torturous than death. That is, when the whole world is dirty, I am the only one who is clear. When everyone is drunk, I am the only one who is sober. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Initially, he thought that he had already defeated his opponent's intention of jumping into the river. However, he realized that his opponent still had the desire to die in his words. His victory just now did not leave a single crack in old ancestor Chu Ping's Tao heart. It did not even make his Tao heart waver. What is drunk? What is awake? Ning Fan remained silent for a while and suddenly asked. Chu Ping was stunned. He studied Ning Fan seriously, seemingly curious as to why Ning Fan would ask such a question. When Chu Ping saw that Ning Fan's face was filled with seriousness and did not seem like he was just asking a random question, he felt curious. It was rare for him to have a conversation with Ning Fan. In ancient times, there was a Lin heir whose name was Xiang Tuo. He became the master of a saint at the age of 7. Now, it seems like you are not an ordinary child. I'm afraid you want to debate with me by asking this question. If that's the case, I will chat with you for a bit before I seek death. You asked me what is drunk. What is awake? This question has reminded me of some past events. When I was young, I once passed by the dreamy cloud swampland and met a god. At that time, this god was drinking wine in the clouds, shining as brightly as the sun and the moon. I was delighted to see this god and went forward to ask him about it. However, this god did not say much to me. He just descended from the clouds, holding the wine in his hand. He pointed at the wine in his cup and said, "All living beings lead a befuddled life and dream of death." After that, he drifted away. At that time, I naturally did not understand it. But now, I vaguely understand it. Being drunk is life. Dreaming is death. There are people of the Een world who live in the illusory dream world that is endlessly far away. There are also countless immortals and deities of the true world who live forever. However, they live in a drunken state for the rest of their lives and have never truly sobered up. Some of them can't wake up and some of them just drift with the flow, unwilling to wake up. Can my answer satisfy you? Chu Ping answered. His expression was filled with endless nostalgia, as if he was recalling the scenes when he met that god that day. Not satisfied. Ning Fan shook his head. Why? Because this is the answer of that god in the clouds, not yours. Since you said that you are sober and all living beings are intoxicated, you must have your own conclusion. Hee hee. What a clever little fellow. However, I can't brush him off with just a few words. Chu Ping smiled bitterly. It seems like I have to waste some time talking to this child today. Little brother, have you ever seen a drunk person? The more drunk a person is, the more they will say that they are not drunk, which means that they are really drunk. However, there are also some people who are clearly awake but pretend to be drunk for various reasons. The human heart is unpredictable. How can you tell who is really drunk and who is pretending to be drunk with just a pair of eyes? Please forgive me for what I said just now. When I said that I am sober and all living beings are intoxicated, it was probably just my drunken words. As for being sober, I don't know what is sober and I don't know who is truly sober. I can't even tell whether I am sober or drunk. Perhaps, I can only know the truth after dying once. Is my answer satisfactory to you this time? Not bad. Just not bad. Little brother, your requirements are really strict. Chu Ping smiled casually and did not take it seriously. It's because these words seem right but are actually wrong. They are still not the words in your heart. Ning Fan could communicate with all living beings. He could roughly tell whether a person was speaking the words in his heart or not. Oh. Little brother, you seem to know me very well. According to what you said, what are the words in my heart? Chu Ping was greatly surprised. This time, he really treated the child in front of him as an equal. It's not that you know that I am the only one who is sober when all living beings are intoxicated. After all, this is a world that exists as long as you believe in it. Ning Fan's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in Chu Ping's heart. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It was the first time in his life that his heart was directly exposed by someone. After taking a closer look, little brother seems to be a little familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Chu Ping asked in puzzlement. Perhaps. Ning Fan naturally would not take the initiative to say that he was his opponent in the Battle of Dao Sense. Then, he asked another question. What is pure? What is turbid? There is a saying in the Tao. The pure will rise while the turbid will sink. The sky is pure. This land is turbid. Chu Ping answered. This is not what you really think. Ning Fan shook his head and said. However, it is what everyone in the world thinks. If everyone in the world has the same thought, what's the use of my own thought? Chu Ping asked in return. Do you want to seek your own death just because your Tao is different? Ning Fan asked. If our Tao is different, we would rather die. Oh. I heard that your words are filled with stubbornness. I see. Fellow Taoist cultivates the Tao of persistence. Ning Fan probed and seemed to have confirmed something. It turned out that this old ancestor Chu Ping in front of him was also a Tao of persistence. He was a stubborn person. If you are not afraid of death, why would you be afraid of life? Ning Fan was trying to persuade Chu Ping to give up the thought of seeking death. Little friend, are you going to argue with me about who's better and who's worse? If that's the case, I'm afraid we are going to stray from the topic. Let's continue talking about purity and turbid. Chu Ping said with a smile. This smile was truly from the bottom of his heart. He was happy that he had met a true Taoist. I'm willing to hear your opinion. Ning Fan nodded his head and stopped talking about life and death. The rain in the sky became even heavier. Both of them returned to the shore and sat on the ground despite the heavy rain. It was as if they were going to discuss the Tao while sitting down. Since fellow Taoist wants to hear my point of view, then I will tell you. What is pure and what is turbid? Isn't the answer written on it from the very beginning? Whether it is pure or turbid, everything we are talking about is water. This water is clear and this water is also turbid. As he spoke, Chu Ping pointed at the Mi Luo River. When the wind is calm and the waves are calm, the water in this river is clear. When the wind and the waves rise, the mud and sand will roll and turn into turbid water. Water is the clearest but it is also the most turbid. The same goes for the Tao. Water has two sides, clear and turbid. The Tao also has two sides, clear and turbid. The sky can be the sky, but if the heaven and earth are reversed, the so-called sky will become the earth. Those who are pure rise not because they are pure, but because they rise to the sky. Only then can they become pure. Please forgive me for what I said before. I said that the world is turbid and I am the only one who is pure. However, the truth might be the exact opposite. In the eyes of the people, perhaps only the Tao of persistence is the world's turbid. Ha ha ha. What is pure? Those who are pure will be pure. The rain was getting heavier. Chu Ping was laughing in the heavy rain like a madman. The people in the thatched hut sighed when they saw him. It seems like the third minister has really gone mad. I have yet to ask for fellow Taoist's opinion. In fellow Taoist's opinion, what do you think is pure and what is turbid? After Chu Ping laughed, he changed the topic and asked Ning Fan. I have already told you my opinion. Could it be that fellow Taoist has forgotten that this is a world that can exist as long as you believe in it? Ning Fan said with a smile. Ha ha ha. That's great. It's time to drink it. Chu Ping became happier. He looked at the child in front of him with a sympathetic gaze. It was not the child that he was looking at. Instead, it was the soul that was hiding under the body of the child. Is this the ancient great cultivator Zhao Jian whose name shook the entire northern heaven? He's really an outstanding person. However, it turned out that Chu Ping had already recalled everything after the conversation. Even Ning Fan also recalled everything during this confrontation. This was originally a battle of Tao sense where life and death must be determined. However, be it Chu Ping or Ning Fan, neither of them was willing to risk their lives to fight. An elderly man and a young fisherman were sitting by the river, chatting amidst the rain. It was indescribably harmonious. Do you have any wine? Chu Ping asked Ning Fan. We can't bring wine with us during the battle of Tao sense. Ning Fan said with a smile. It's all right. This is easy. Chu Ping rose to his feet and walked towards the straw hut not far away. He then asked the few men in the straw hut. Everyone, do you have any wine? Can you lend me a pot? I only have realgar wine that can expel insects and detoxify. The few men were afraid that Chu Ping would go crazy. Thus, they had no choice but to lend him a pot. "Do you have wine cups?" Chu Ping asked again. "I only have a few broken bowls, the broken bowls are enough. Lend me this wine and this bowl. I will repay you in my next life." Chu Ping glanced around and coincidentally saw that the few of them had some karma with him in his next life. Thus, he expressed his gratitude with a solemn expression. "Cough cough, it's just some wine. How can I accept the thanks of Dr. Sanlu?" The few men smiled bitterly. What afterlife? They did not believe in such a ridiculous statement at all. "It's just a pot of wine from Dr. Sanlu." Since the doctor was planning to commit suicide, this pot of wine would be a farewell wine for him. If they offend this mad doctor, he might come to haunt them after he turns into a ghost. Hiss. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Thus, the wine was also available. However, this wine was realgar wine that could expel insects and detoxify. The wine utensils were also available. However, these utensils were just a few broken bowls with mud stains on them. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, this wine was incomparably precious. "You are a great cultivator from the ancient times. Your karma is extremely heavy. Just to treat me to a wine, you have already promised several people karma. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your Tao?" Ning Fan sighed. Even quasi-saints were afraid of the karma of the mortal world like snakes and scorpions, let alone a great cultivator from the ancient times. Chu Ping stroked his white beard and smiled without replying. As the host, he should do his duty as a host. Thus, he had already taken the initiative to pour the wine for Ning Fan. "Thank you for the wine, master." Ning Fan did not care about the dirt on the bowl. He lifted the bowl and drained it in one gulp. "Fellow Taoist, you're being too courteous. I should be the one thanking you. Today, I had a great time discussing the Tao with you. It helped me relieve the depression in my chest. Unfortunately, what I encountered today were just illusions in the battle of Tao sense. If I had met you in the past, perhaps I wouldn't have chosen to jump into the river." As he spoke, Chu Ping unsheathed his sword and sang while playing with it. "When I enter, I say nothing. When I leave, I say nothing. I ride the returning wind and carry the flag of cloud. Don't be sad. Life is parting. Happy, happy, new acquaintance." When he finished singing, Chu Ping rose to his feet and threw his sword into the Mi Luo River. Then, he said in a carefree manner, "I've lost this battle." He actually took the initiative to admit defeat in the battle of Tao sense. "The battle of Tao sense between us has just begun. How can you say the result so easily?" Ning Fan frowned. After discussing the Tao and drinking a pot of wine, he had a good impression of this old ancestor Chu Ping. If someone else takes the initiative to admit defeat, he would be more than happy to get a free victory. However, he was unwilling to take advantage of old ancestor Chu Ping. "Fellow Taoist has defeated my first level of Tao sense. This is your first victory. Fellow Taoist has seen through my true Tao heart several times. This is your second victory. I can't even hide my deepest Tao heart from you. How can my Tao sense surpass yours? Fellow Taoist will easily find my flaws and defeat me. I might as well take the initiative to admit defeat and avoid humiliation. These are not my true thoughts." Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I can't hide anything from you. Just as you expected, other than the first level of Mi Luo sense, I also have the second level of Li Sa sense and the third level of Nine Song sense. This is the Li Sa sense." Old ancestor Chu Ping's Tao sense suddenly changed. His Tao insight didn't feel cold at all, and it instantly became unpredictable. Under the influence of his Tao sense, the scenery of heaven and earth changed again. The rainstorm stopped. In the gloomy sky, a strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon shining at the same time appeared. Countless massive stars emerged between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the stars began to transform and turned into star characters that floated in the sky. There were a total of over 2,800 star characters. They emanated an unimaginable aura of Tao sense. Like an ancient Tao scripture, they hovered in the sky with supreme Tao laws lingering on them. With this Li Sa sense, I would even dare to fight against a primordial divine being. Unfortunately, fellow Taoist knows my Tao heart. I'm afraid it won't be too difficult for you to break my Tao sense. What's the point of using it? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ping retracted his Tao sense. However, he did not continue to display the third level of Tao sense. Why don't you display the 9-song sense? Ning Fan asked. I'm still cultivating this Tao sense. I can't control it freely yet. If I use it, even if there are saints here to maintain it for us, I'm afraid it will still be difficult for us to achieve a result. Heaven and earth will still collapse and we can only end up in a draw in this world. If I use this Tao sense in the outside world, the damage would be too great. I'm afraid half of northern heaven would collapse because of this Tao sense. You and I aren't mortal enemies. There's no need for us to fight to that extent. Not only are we not mortal enemies, but we are also extremely good drinking buddies. Ha ha ha. That was what he really meant. However, old ancestor Chu Ping did not say it out loud. Even though he did not say it out loud, Ning Fan could understand what he meant. He could only shake his head helplessly. Even though you didn't use the 9-song sense, I could see some clues and I know how powerful this Tao sense is. Let's just consider our battle as a draw for the time being. Thus, a Tao insight battle that was approaching menacingly had ended anticlimactic just like that. As soon as the battle of Tao sense ended, Ning Fan naturally could not continue staying in this world. He did not even have the time to bid farewell to Old Man Han. His Tao sense had already flown away and disappeared. Stinky brat. He actually left without saying goodbye. Old Man Han cursed. Inwardly, he felt as if he had lost something. Strange. Strange. I clearly just met a stinky brat in my dream that I slightly took a liking to him and almost took him in as my disciple. Why do I feel so reluctant to part with him when he leaves? Could it be that I've also reached the age where my teacher's love overflows? Fine. After I wake up from this dream, I'll go and take a few disciples that I like and increase the popularity of my sect. Chapter 1263. To Ning Fan and Chu Ping, the battle of Tao sense had lasted for a long time. However, to the outside world, it was just a brief confrontation. Even though the two of them shook hands and ended the battle in a draw, the moment their Tao sense returned to their bodies, the clash of their Tao laws and the aftermath of the battle were still produced. At the center where their Tao sense met, time and space seemed to have frozen for a moment. Then, tremors appeared and spread in all directions. At this moment, the space seemed to be collapsing. Time became stagnant and delayed. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle were sent flying away while coughing out blood. The boundless seawater was evaporated by their Tao sense, forming a huge hole. The immortal emperors of the 10,000 clans in the Realm River were shocked. Is this really a battle of Tao sense at the Grand Cultivation Realm? It's just the aftermath, but it has such terrifying power. I really don't know how dangerous it will be if I'm in it. Many members of the Feng Nu clan were also sent flying by the aftermath of the Tao sense. Thus, Ning Fan pointed his finger and secretly used the heaven sealing technique to stop the aftermath of the Tao sense that was heading towards the Feng Nu clan. Then, he waved his sleeve and the aftermath immediately disappeared. Next, he raised his hand and a silver river appeared between heaven and earth. Endless black starlight shone from it, healing the injuries of some members of the Feng Nu clan. He was using the black star technique again. On the other side, old ancestor Chu Ping also withdrew the aftermath of the Tao sense. He looked around and sighed softly. Of course, the aftermath in front of him was not something that a grand cultivation realm battle of Tao sense could cause. His Tao sense had already surpassed the second step. Its power was unpredictable. Even if it was only at the first level of Tao sense, the consequences would be unimaginable once he loses control of it. Fortunately, he did not fight Ning Fan to the death in the battle of Tao sense. Otherwise, half of the northern heaven would be destroyed. Chu Ping stood on the dragon boat and activated his ability. The boat instantly turned into a ray of light. In a flash, it had already traveled across a vast distance and arrived at the Feng Nu clan. Even though the space of the Feng Nu clan had been recognized by Ning Fan as its master, he did not stop Chu Ping from coming. Therefore, Chu Ping's action did not take much effort. When the few immortal emperors of the Realm River saw Chu Ping descending to them, they were overjoyed. Junior Lu Xian of the Profound Conch clan greets Senior Chu Zi. Junior Gu Tao of the Silver Wave clan greets Senior Chu Zi. Junior, in the face of the greetings from the immortal emperors, Chu Ping just nodded his head lightly as a return gesture. His eyes had always been fixed on Ning Fan, who was not far away from him. Although it seemed as calm as a calm lake, it was actually filled with hesitation. At this moment, he was no longer willing to fight against Ning Fan. However, he was a member of the myriad of races after all. How could he sit back and watch the enemy's great cultivator? Moreover, Ning Fan still had the titled pill of the Rain Master in his hands. This item was of great significance to the myriad of races. It couldn't be ignored. Chu Ping did not recognize the 10,000 spirit blood. Therefore, in his opinion, the strange pill concocted by Ning Fan should be something similar to a titled pill. Fighting again was not his intention. However, this titled elixir was extremely valuable to the myriad races in the Boundary River. Right when Chu Ping was hesitating, a cold and emotionless voice suddenly drifted out from a place where no one was around. What was the outcome of this battle? Almost at the same time, another ancient cultivator appeared in the Feng Nu tribe. He was the one who had spoken earlier. How lucky! Even Senior Lai Zi has come. The cultivators of the foreign races were overjoyed. The second ancient cultivator who came was the leader of the three platform Star Lords, Lai Yuko, who was called the white-haired immortal monarch by the people. Where did this person come from? Why is his existence so vast? Before Ning Fan could feel anything about Lai Yuko, the Lord Ant who was sealed in his sea of consciousness exclaimed in surprise. As a dignified saint, she actually felt a sense of reverence towards this ancient great cultivator in front of her. The source of her reverence had nothing to do with cultivation base or strength. It was related to his existence. Lai Yuko's existence was too vast. It was like a boundless ocean or a boundless mountain. It gave off a feeling that was almost indestructible. Under normal circumstances, even a nirvana saint or desolate saint would not be able to cultivate such a vast existence. However, the person in front of her did. It was really unimaginable. However, the Lord Ant did not know that Lai Yuko's origin was not trivial. In fact, he was transformed from a strand of white hair of immortal sovereign Ziwei. As a white-haired immortal sovereign, Lai Yuko's existence was naturally vast and boundless. It was not strange at all. Just when I was hesitating, this person came. Chu Ping sighed inwardly, but his expression remained the same. What's the outcome of this battle? Lai Yuko's previous question was still reverberating between heaven and earth. That kind of reverberation was endless. If no one gave him an answer, it would continue forever. Thus, Chu Ping answered. I lost this battle of Tao sense. He did not claim that it was a draw like what Ning Fan had said. If you lost, why didn't your Tao heart be damaged? Lai Yuko said expressionlessly. Chu Ping did not answer him. Even though Lai Yuko did not personally participate in the battle of Tao sense, he seemed to have seen through everything. He had already guessed that Chu Ping did not use his full strength in this battle of Dao sense. Even though he did not know the reason, he did not continue to question him. Lai Yuko's gaze shifted to Ning Fan. It was just a simple gaze, but Ning Fan had the illusion that millions of galaxies were bombarding him. There are actually so many experts in the foreign races. Ning Fan was secretly shocked, but his expression did not show it at all. He did not avoid Lai Yuko's gaze either. Instead, he also looked at him. Their gazes met. Rumble. Rumble.it was as if millions of meteors were crashing into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. However, his sea of consciousness was protected by endless divine light. It was as indestructible as an ancient deity's. Lai Yuko's unchanging expression seemed to have loosened a little. It was as if he was surprised by the fact that Ning Fan was not afraid of his gaze. At this moment, the offensive and defensive positions were suddenly reversed. Ning Fan's eyes were like the starry sky. Suddenly, they shone with dazzling starlight. Following Ning Fan's will, Lai Yuko immediately felt endless starlight piercing into his eyes and attacking his sea of consciousness. He has only cultivated 43 Dao Law stars, huh? Lai Yuko was not bothered by the starlight that pierced into his body. In an instant, he was able to determine the number of Dao Law stars that Ning Fan had cultivated. If this is all he has, this person is not worth mentioning. Lai Yuko made a judgment in his heart. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes changed again. His eyes were no longer pure starry sky. The starry sky in his eyes suddenly gave birth to two balls of fire. One was bright and the other was dark. The dark ball of fire was slightly weaker. It was surrounded by the chi of an ancient devil spirit. The bright ball of fire had an unparalleled might. It was like a glimpse of an ancestral divine spirit. A crack actually appeared in the starry sky in Lai Yuko's eyes. He could not bear the might of a divine spirit in Ning Fan's eyes. Even if he was a strand of white hair in the Saint Defier realm, he was still not the true Saint Defier. Eventually, Lai Yuko shifted his gaze away from Ning Fan's eyes. It was a simple avoidance, but it was a silent declaration that he had suffered a small loss in Ning Fan's hands in the first confrontation. Unfortunately, ordinary people could not even look directly into Lai Yuko's eyes. How would they know that there was a crack in the starry sky in Lai Yuko's eyes? Chu Ping, however, saw it. You're actually injured. Chu Ping was extremely shocked. This person's existence is 10 times stronger than mine. I can't underestimate him. Lai Yuko's face was still expressionless. Even though he lost to Ning Fan's gaze, he did not show any extra emotions. 10 times. Are you sure? Chu Ping became even more surprised. My judgment is that it's only a little less. Lai Yuko said. Since this person's existence is so vast, he might be able to help us. After Chu Ping recovered from his shock, he suddenly became delighted. It seemed like he wanted to make a suggestion. However, before he could finish his words, Lai Yuko stopped him. Chu Ping, you should know that the assumption you made just now doesn't have the slightest possibility. The prophecy of Lord River Earl is the only one that is absolutely correct. Chu Ping fell into silence again. Lai Yuko walked towards Ning Fan step by step. In the Feng Nu clan, Ning Fan had acknowledged both time and space as his master. Therefore, every step Lai Yuko took was extremely strenuous. The distance between him and Ning Fan was getting closer and closer. His speed was getting slower and slower. The aura force on his body was rising continuously. Countless people fainted from his aura force. I've clearly acknowledged the space and time of this place as its master, but I actually can't stop this person from approaching. Even though Ning Fan was surprised by Lai Yuko's means, he was not afraid of the aura force. He released the aura force of the divine and devil spirits at the same time. Instantly, more people fainted. Even the immortal emperors at the scene felt that it was difficult for them to breathe and their heads were dizzy. All of them looked at each other in shock. They felt that there was no room for them to intervene in a confrontation of this level. It was unnecessary for them to stay here for even a moment longer. However, the space and time of this place was under Ning Fan's control. They could not leave even if they wanted to. After reaching a distance of 10 zhang from Ning Fan, Lai Yuko no longer moved forward. He stopped in his tracks, stretched out his right hand, and opened it, as if he was asking for something. "Give me the Rain Master's pill you refined, and I can write off the karma between you and the myriad races." His tone was neither forceful nor expectant, as if he was simply stating a matter. "I refuse," Ning Fan replied. "Although you're not at the Grand Cultivator realm, your techniques aren't inferior to them. If possible, I don't want to fight you. If you have any conditions, you can raise them, but this pill must be returned to the myriad races," said Lai Yuko. "This pill is a little special. I can't simply give it to others." Ning Fan shook his head. Something like the 10,000 spirit blood was related to the secrets of ancient gods, so he would not give it to an outsider. "Since that's the case, I can only invite you to my humble abode as a guest for the time being." However, a bright light suddenly appeared on Lai Yuko's open palm. The light was like a seed that grew with the wind, and in an instant, it had grown into a magic treasure that was enshrouded in purple light. It was a pearl. Its name was the Treasure Wisdom Pearl. It was a mid-grade innate magic treasure. Lai Yuko flicked his finger and the Treasure Wisdom Pearl turned into a ray of light, shooting towards Ning Fan. After a flash, the treasure turned into the size of a millstone. Purple runes were rolling on its surface and balls of purple lightning appeared on its surface. Since Ning Fan did not know the details of this treasure, he naturally would not allow it to touch him. He raised his hand and summoned the sea-defying sword. Wherever the sword light reached, it was locked in a fierce battle with the Treasure Wisdom Pearl. This man actually managed to block Senior Lai Zi's Treasure Wisdom Pearl with just a Dao weapon. The few cultivators who did not faint from the aura force were shocked by the scene. However, Lai Yuko's expression did not change at all. He formed a hand seal. The Treasure Wisdom Pearl in midair suddenly split into 2 and then into 4. In just a blink of an eye, it had turned into 24 pearls. Each of them was a mid-grade innate treasure. The combined power of 24 pearls was already at the high-grade innate treasure. As such, it was a little difficult for Ning Fan to block the attack of the Treasure Wisdom Pearl with the sea-defying sword. Thus, he summoned another 2 swords. This time, he summoned the true martial broken sword. This broken sword was made up of 2 swords. When the 2 swords fused together, they were also comparable to the high-grade innate treasure. Rumble, the collision between the swords and the pearls set off a deafening sound wave. However, neither of them could do anything to the other. Lai Yuko changed his hand seal again and the 24 pearls immediately showed signs of fusing. Ning Fan, however, did not give Lai Yuko a chance to fuse the pearls. He pointed his finger and fixed one of the pearls in place. It could not be fixed for too long. After all, his magic power was much weaker than Lai Yuko's. He could only fix his opponent's magic treasure for a moment. One must know that the time in the surroundings was under Ning Fan's control. Thus, during this moment, Ning Fan stretched it to a very long time. It was long enough for him to plant enough master recognition seals on the Treasure Wisdom Pearl. Master recognition, activate. After consuming 514 master recognition seals, the Treasure Wisdom Pearl successfully recognized Ning Fan as its master. To Ning Fan, this moment was stretched to a very long time. However, to Lai Yuko, it was still just a moment. He did not even see what Ning Fan did after fixing the Treasure Wisdom Pearl in place. He only knew that the moment the Treasure Wisdom Pearl was fixed in place, its owner was forcefully taken away by Ning Fan. A muffled groan came from Lai Yuko's mouth. It seemed like he was slightly affected by the fact that his magic treasure was taken away. His expression, which had never changed since ancient times, also showed a trace of fluctuation. He was a great cultivator from the ancient times. In order to forcefully take away his magic treasure, one would at least need to be at the incipient saint realm. However, even an incipient saint realm expert could only forcefully take away his magic treasure. Wanting to instantly refine this treasure for his own use was just a pipe dream. He had kept the treasure wisdom pearl in his body and nourished it with his primordial spirit flame for more than 100 million years. How could the primordial spirit imprint on it be erased so easily? However, Ning Fan only needed a moment to erase everything in the treasure and take it for his own use. What kind of heaven-defying method did this man use? How could he possibly do this? Crack! Almost at the same time when Ning Fan took away one of the treasure wisdom pearls, the remaining 23 pearls all shattered. Seeing this scene, Ning Fan thought to himself. During the battle with the treasure wisdom pearl, he had already noticed that even though there were 24 pearls, only one of them was the true body. The rest of them were the clones of the true body. As expected, as long as he subdued one of them, the rest of the clones would disappear. This pearl is quite mysterious. However, I don't have the time to study it in detail right now. Ning Fan casually turned the newly subdued treasure wisdom pearl into a ray of light and kept it into his storage pouch. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Even Chu Ping could not understand the situation. It can't be real, right? This man actually forcefully took away Senior Lai Zi's magic treasure just by raising his hand. For a moment, exclamations of shock could be heard everywhere. Chi Ning Fan's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, Ning Fan appeared behind Lai Yuko with the sea-defying sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, he went straight for the latter's neck. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. Lai Yuko actually blocked the slash of the sea-defying sword with a single finger. This man can actually block the sea-defying sword with his physical body. Ning Fan was quite surprised. The slash of the sea-defying sword was just a pretense. Almost at the same time when Lai Yuko blocked the sea-defying sword, 2 rays of sword light went straight for his 4 corners and slashed at his vital parts. It was the sneak attack of the broken true martial sword. One of the broken swords slashed at the top of Lai Yuko's head. The other one slashed at his dantian. However, the broken true martial sword only managed to cut through Lai Yuko's clothes. It did not leave a single wound on his physical body. It did not even leave a scratch on his body. What a terrifying physical body. It could even ignore the broken true martial sword, which was comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure. Lord River Earl's prophecy was right. You are indeed a monster. Lai Yuko said calmly. He was referring to the fact that Ning Fan could instantly take away his magic treasures. You are the real monster, aren't you? Ning Fan said. Having missed his attack, Ning Fan withdrew his body and flew backwards. He kept the sea-defying sword and the broken true martial sword and clenched his 5 fingers. The 9 rain dragons that originally sealed the sky and land of the Feng Nu clan roared and crashed towards Lai Yuko. Facing the joint attack of the 9 dragons, even a second-level quasi-saint would have to retreat for a moment. However, Lai Yuko did not try to evade them. He allowed the 9 dragons to crash into him and the torrential rain intent to wash over him. He did not hide or evade. He walked in the rain intent as if he was invincible. Freeze! Ning Fan extended his own time. In an instant, he pointed at Lai Yuko with hundreds and thousands of heaven-freezing fingers. After that, Ning Fan took advantage of the moment when he froze Lai Yuko. Borrowing the monstrous rain intent, he instantly appeared in front of Lai Yuko. Once again, he extended his time and struck out countless master recognition seals at Lai Yuko with lightning speed. He actually wanted to make Lai Yuko his master and servant in the midst of the chaotic battle. I see. So this is the secret of your ability to snatch other people's magic treasures. As Ning Fan extended his own time infinitely, Lai Yuko also blended into the distortion of time and was not affected by the time curvature. He was not even frozen by Ning Fan. The thousands of heaven-freezing fingers could not restrain him at all. This had greatly exceeded Ning Fan's expectations. It also caused Ning Fan to reveal his biggest flaw when facing Lai Yuko. Of course, Lai Yuko would not give Ning Fan the time to plant the master recognition seals. He would not even give Ning Fan the time to react or defend himself. He suddenly attacked and pointed his finger directly at Ning Fan's glabella. The light from his finger turned into millions of intelligent swords and slashed into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Rumble, Ning Fan was sent flying backwards due to the pain. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Even the sea of consciousness of a divine spirit that was strong was damaged by Lai Yuko's finger. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. However, it was enough to make Ning Fan feel dizzy. Your sea of consciousness is indeed strange. Even after receiving a direct attack from the intelligent sword, you only suffered such a degree of damage, bind. Even though Ning Fan had suffered a loss in that attack, he did not stop and attacked again. He clasped his palms together and countless ancient vines suddenly appeared in midair. In just a few breaths' time, Lai Yuko was tied up like a dumpling by the vines that suddenly appeared. It's actually the Tao of wood that surpasses the level of the source of Tao techniques. Lai Yuko tried to break free but realized that he could not break these vines with brute force. His eyes showed a hint of surprise, which was rarely seen. Right at this moment, a towering mountain fell from the sky, firmly pressing down on Lai Yuko. It was the Tao mountain of the Ant Lord. The old devil pill cultivation realm was originally being suppressed at the foot of the mountain. However, in order to use this mountain to attack Lai Yuko, Ning Fan had temporarily sealed the old devil inside the divine refining cauldron. By controlling the time in this place, Ning Fan could do too many things in a split second. This person is too difficult to deal with. Perhaps even the sage's Tao mountain can't suppress him. Ning Fan thought to himself. As expected. Lai Yuko, who was being suppressed under the Tao mountain, somehow managed to turn all the vines that were entangling him into ashes. Then, he lifted the Tao mountain of the Ant Lord which was pressing down on him with both hands. Of course, Lai Yuko did not have an easy time at the moment. Even he felt exhausted when facing the sage's Tao mountain. This isn't your Tao mountain. If the owner of this mountain is here, I might really be suppressed for a while. I'm very curious as to how you obtained a sage Tao mountain. He actually threw the Ant Lord Tao Shan away. Boom! The Ant Lord's Tao mountain smashed into the seabed, and the entire North Border River shook violently. This smash shocked countless people. He had even angered another person. Who did he offend? Coincidentally, he had angered the Great Kun of the North Sea. However, the Great Kun of the North Sea was busy eating with Gung Wu and did not have the time to care about the changes in the Feng Nu clan. But just now, the Ant Lord's Tao mountain had caused the entire North Realm River to shake violently. The tremors were so intense that even the cave abode of the Great Kun of the North Sea was shaking non-stop. One had to understand that this was the cave of an ancient great cultivator. It was protected by restrictions and didn't fear the tremors of the sea. However, the tremors caused by the Ant Lord's Tao mountain could not be compared to ordinary sea quakes. They were tremors at the level of the Great Tao. As a result, even the cave abode of the Great Kun of the North Sea was affected. Scene 1, the Great Kun of the North Sea, which was as fat as a ball, was patiently teaching Gung Wu that it needed to eat more to grow. Scene 2, the Great Kun of the North Sea took out the fire fish cake that he had kept for many years from the treasure vault, wanting to share this delicacy with Gung Wu. Scene 3, the Great Kun of the Northern Sea was about to put the fire fish cake into its mouth, but because the cave suddenly shook violently, it lost its grip and the cake was smeared all over its face. Seeing that even the Ant Lord, Tao Shan, could not do anything to Lai Yuko, Ning Fan's evaluation of him rose to an unprecedented level. Just as he was rapidly thinking about the next attack, a bloody light crossed the distance of billions of miles and with a whoosh, shot into the territory of the Feng Nu tribe. It was a bloody path paved by the blood escape secret art. It was a secret art that used one's own blood essence as a medium to travel an immeasurable distance in an instant. This kind of blood escape technique was very common in the cultivation world. Many people would use this technique as a last resort to escape, but no one would normally use this technique to travel. After all, blood essence was so precious that even a quasi-sage wouldn't be so extravagant as to squander it. There was also no one who could use their own blood essence to pave a path of blood that ran through the entire northern border river. How much blood essence would that take? Was blood essence free? However, right now, such a terrifying scene really happened. Someone had really paved a bloody path that ran through the northern border river. Almost at the moment when the bloody path was paved, a chubby young lady crossed the endless distance and instantly appeared on the battlefield of the Feng Nu tribe. The young lady's appearance was extremely comical. She was already as fat as a ball. At this moment, her face was covered with pastries. The young lady's mount was equally comical. It was a large cuttlefish that was adorably ugly. Before it could finish chewing the food in its mouth, the young lady had already ridden it all the way to the battlefield. However, none of the people on the battlefield dared to laugh at the young lady, let alone the cuttlefish. There was no other reason. Be it the young lady or the cuttlefish, both of them were actually existences at the grand cultivation realm. I don't care who you are. You ruined my fire fish cakes. An apology is not enough. The chubby young lady was filled with killing intent. Without saying a word, she rode on Gung Wu and rushed towards Ning Fan. Gung Wu was also filled with killing intent. Ning! 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 Gung Wu recognized Ning Fan. Even in his dreams, he did not expect to meet Ning Fan here. Ning! 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 Gung Wu recalled the humiliation he suffered that day. Then, his mind was filled with anger. Roar! Gung Wu let out a furious roar. The underwater world instantly lost all of its colors. The roar of the sea demon reverberated through the bottom of the river like a blood-red sound wave. Be it the water region or the sky, after being hit by the blood-red sound wave, everything began to shake violently and resonated with each other. Heaven and earth were shaking and so was the border river. No one could stand steadily in such an intense shaking, except for the few people who were at the peak of this place. Then, scarlet light gathered in Gung Wu's mouth. The light became brighter and brighter. Apparently, he was going to release the tribulation flash directly at Ning Fan. What was more frightening was that the power of the tribulation flash was constantly being compressed and increased. 3 times the tribulation flash. 5 times the tribulation flash. 10 times the tribulation flash. 100 times the tribulation flash. Boom! The entire Feng Nu tribe was instantly engulfed by the scarlet light of the tribulation flash. Chapter 1264. This is bad. Seeing that Gung Wu's first attack was a great ability like the 100 times tribulation flash, Chu Ping, who had been watching the battle from the side, suddenly turned gloomy. Even Lai Yuko furrowed his brows. The scarlet tribulation flash engulfed the entire Lady Offering tribe. The Heavenly Abyss divinatory formation, which was forcefully recognized by Ning Fan as its master, was activated automatically after sensing the tribulation flash's attack. The formation tried to resist the tribulation flash, but it only lasted for a short moment before it was destroyed. The formation was destroyed. The Heavenly Abyss Grand Formation was destroyed. The power of the Z-Wei Do number that was gathered by the Heavenly Abyss Grand Formation vanished. After that, the tribulation flash swept across the entire area without any obstruction. The land of the Lady Offering tribe instantly endured hundreds of millions of tribulation flash attacks. The land of the tribe was shattered into countless pieces. Countless cries of agony resounded. Everyone in the area was caught in the attack of the tribulation flash. Be it life immortal realm or true immortal realm cultivators, they could not withstand the impact of the tribulation flash and were directly turned into ashes. Even immortal venerables and immortal kings could only live for a few breaths. Only immortal emperors could survive such an attack. However, it was only because the center of the tribulation flash was not where they were. What they faced was just the aftermath of the tribulation flash. Even so, these immortal emperors were severely injured and on the verge of death. Their magic treasures were destroyed and their faces were filled with fear. It was unknown how much strength they had to exert to survive the aftermath of the tribulation flash. The great Kun of the northern sea was dumbfounded. She wanted to teach the person who destroyed her pastries a lesson, but she did not ask Gung Wu to use such a powerful technique. Everything was Gung Wu's own decision. This is ridiculous. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop the tribulation flash. At this moment, old ancestor Chu Ping's voice resounded in the great Kun's ears with a hint of reproach. The great Kun regained its senses and knew that it was not the time to be in a daze. It patted Gung Wu's head helplessly to calm him down. While comforting him, it explained. Little Gung Wu, quickly retract your ability. The place we came from is called the Lady Offering Tribe. It is a very special place. You can't use too many powerful techniques in this place. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. The Kun's comforting words seemed to have boundless magical power. Gung Wu's emotions miraculously calmed down. It became docile once again and listened to the big Kun's command. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked back the 100-fold calamity flash that it had spat out. At the same time, the great Kun, Chu Ping, and Lai Yuko took action together, helping Gung Wu clean up the aftermath. They all displayed divine abilities to get rid of the tribulation here. I'll eat, I'll eat, I'll eat. Big Kun swallowed the tribulation lightning between heaven and earth in large mouthfuls. It ate several hundred mouthfuls in a row. Swallowing the mighty tribulation flash into her stomach was extremely harmful. Her internal organs had to bear all the damage from the tribulation flash directly. The tribulation flash that had been swallowed raged and destroyed in the big Kun's stomach. Every time it forcefully swallowed a mouthful of tribulation flash, the great Kun would lose a lot of qi and blood. The amount of qi and blood lost from eating a mouthful of tribulation flash was almost equivalent to the total amount of qi and blood of several immortal emperors. The big Kun had eaten hundreds of tribulation flash, but its face was still rosy. Its complexion was as usual. There was almost no loss of qi and blood. Her total amount of qi and blood was too terrifying. To her, such a loss was actually just a drop in the ocean. Immortal spirit technique, 5 fingers become mountains. Lai Yuko walked in the tribulation flash. His face was like a void, and there was no emotion on his face. Even the 100-fold calamity flash that was powerful couldn't hurt him at all. He raised his palm and continuously slapped the tribulation flash around him. Every time his palm landed, a large amount of tribulation flash would gather and condense. The raging power of the tribulation flash was condensed into scarlet 5-finger mountains. With a rumbling sound, it smashed into the bottom of the sea and could no longer wreak havoc. It was as if it was suppressed between the 5 fingers. 9 song gods, appear. Chu Ping walked in the tribulation flash. Around him, there were 9 guardian gods that were 4 illusory and 5 corporeal. Those guardian gods each seemed to have unparalleled power, but because the light of the tribulation flash around them was too bright, their faces couldn't be seen clearly. When the 9 gods appeared together, the tribulation flash around them was instantly dispersed. Another guardian god raised his palm and grabbed at the tribulation flash around him as he said indifferently. Great Unity Divine Technique. Almost at the same moment when this guardian god displayed the Great Unity Divine Technique, the tribulation flash around him seemed to have received a command and flew to his palm. Then, it turned into a scarlet bird in his palm. After the joint efforts of Lai Yuko, Chu Ping, Great Kun and Gung Wu, the hundredfold calamity flash was completely dispersed in just a short while. Even though the tribulation flash was dispersed, the entire lady worship tribe was now in ruins. Other than a few immortal emperors who survived, the rest had already turned into ashes. Ning! 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 Gung Wu looked around and found that Ning Fan's figure was nowhere to be found. Instantly, he was filled with joy. From his point of view, Ning Fan did not have Niu Mansion's help this time. His full-powered attack this time would certainly have turned Ning Fan into ashes. Your joy is meaningless. That person didn't die. He has already escaped. Lai Yuko said to Gung Wu as if he could see through his mind. Indeed. That little guy called Ning Fan is no longer here. Chu Ping scanned the area with his spirit sense. When he did not sense Ning Fan's chi from the ashes, his expression became slightly relieved. Then, he said to Great Kun with a serious face. You and I are both celestial monarchs. We have met Lord He Bo together and listened to his prophecy. It's impossible that you don't know the importance of the lady worship tribe. Why did you allow Gung Wu to wreak havoc here? Lai Yuko also looked at Great Kun, as if he was waiting for it to give a reasonable explanation. When they fought against Ning Fan earlier, Lai Yuko's hands and feet were tied. He almost did not use any of his divine abilities. He was afraid that the lady worship tribe was too special and he did not dare to use any of his divine abilities. Unexpectedly, as soon as Great Kun appeared, it ordered Gung Wu to destroy the entire lady worship tribe. He needed an explanation for this matter. I'm the one who made the mistake. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. If you want to report this to Lord He Bo, go ahead. I won't object to any punishment. Great Kun did not intend to explain further. He directly took the blame. It was as if he was afraid that Lai Yuko and Chu Ping would hold Gung Wu accountable. You are in the wrong, but he is even more guilty. Lai Yuko raised his palm and was about to display his divine ability to punish Gung Wu. Great Kun immediately stopped him. I've said it before. I'm the one who made the mistake. It has nothing to do with my friend. All right. Now is not the time to find fault. The most important thing now is to repair the lady worship tribe's territory and clan formation. Don't release the malice chi that was sealed in the lady worship tribe's heaven abyss. Chu Ping sighed and became the mediator. How much of it can be repaired? Lai Yuko asked. At most 90%. Among my gods of 9 songs, the Tai Yi god has yet to recover from the damage caused by the malice chi. It still can't display its full strength. Chu Ping sighed. 90%. It's enough to last until the end of the war between our tribe and the 4 heavens. Lai Yuko nodded his head satisfactorily. Chu Ping added. My great Si Ming god has already fully recovered. It's not difficult to revive the people who just died within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. All the cultivators of the lady worship tribe who died in the lady worship tribe can be revived. Lai Yuko answered indifferently. He did not care whether Chu Ping could revive the people who died in the tribulation lightning. He only cared about how much the lady worship tribe's territory and clan formation could be repaired. If that's the case, you can stay here and repair the lady worship tribe. I'll go and chase after that person. Lai Yuko planned to go after Ning Fan. He would not stop until he took back the titled pill from Ning Fan. I'll go too. Great Kun also wanted to chase after Ning Fan. Even Gung Wu was gritting his teeth. How could he be willing to let Ning Fan escape from under his nose? Don't go after him. I can't do it alone if I want to repair the lady worship tribe. The space-time of this place has already recognized someone as its master, which greatly increases the difficulty of repairing it. I need the help of the 2 of you. Only by gathering the power of a few great cultivators can we have a chance of repairing it. Chu Ping stopped them. This When Great Kun heard that it needed its help to repair the lady worship tribe, it had no choice but to give up on chasing after Ning Fan. Lai Yuko gave Chu Ping a meaningful look and said, "Even though the spacetime of this place has recognized someone as its master, it has a time limit. It won't last long. Soon, the spacetime will return to its original position. It's because the person who recognizes spacetime as its master can't control spacetime to the extent that it should. Therefore, are you really sure that you need me and Great Kun to stay here to repair this place?" Chu Ping did not answer. Seeing that Chu Ping did not answer, Lai Yuko did not continue to ask. Instead, he extended his 5 fingers and clawed at the sky. 2 dragons, one black and one golden, appeared between heaven and earth. The golden dragon was the materialized form of this place's time law. The black dragon was the materialized form of this place's space law. The spacetime of this place was directly extracted by Lai Yuko and held in his palm. Look. The imprint that Ning Fan planted in the 2 dragons is weakening. It proves that what I said is true. I'm very curious. What exactly did you experience in the Battle of Dao Senses? Why are you so protective of this cultivator named Ning Fan? As he spoke, Lai Yuko exerted his magic power. The 2 space and time dragons in his palm were instantly shattered. After that, the shattered spacetime power was reassembled by Lai Yuko. The spacetime of this place regained its order and was no longer affected by Ning Fan's interference. Alright. Since you've said so much, I'll also tell you my inner thoughts. Even though that Ning Fan isn't a great Dao Immortal Realm expert, his strength isn't inferior to ours. Even if you catch up to him, what can you do? Do you want to fight him again and destroy the northern border river completely? Destroy the northern heaven as well? Even if the 4 heavens collapse, what can you do? Can you really take back the titled pill from him? I don't have much confidence, but there's a 30% chance that I can. That's why I want to give it a try. Lai Yuko said. What happens after you take it back? Then find another person who can bear the pill and let him consume it to help him attain the title of Rain Master. Chu Ping asked again. You mean to say that we should directly hand the pill to that person? Let him obtain the power of the title of Rain Master and let him assist us. Lai Yuko seriously considered the pros and cons. In the end, he shook his head. He's a cultivator of the northern heaven. He's the descendant of Zido. His Tao is different from ours. While speaking, Lai Yuko's expression suddenly changed slightly. He seemed to have sensed something. At this moment, Ning Fan, who had already escaped from the lady worshipping tribe, directly swallowed the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood that he concocted. Since he had already eaten the pill, it was impossible to take it back. Hee. Now, you won't chase after him anymore, right? Chu Ping also sensed that the title of Rain Master had a new owner. How could he not know that Ning Fan had already eaten the pill? According to his understanding of Lai Yuko, this person would only act rationally. Since there was no possibility of him taking back the pill, it was impossible for him to chase after Ning Fan and fight him for no reason. Are you happy that I won't chase after him? Lai Yuko said without sadness or joy. He did not feel angry because he could not take back the title of Rain Master. Chu Ping did not answer. It seems like you don't want to gossip with me anymore. Then, let's start repairing the lady worshipping tribe immediately. Lai Yuko said. Chu Ping nodded. He activated the power of Tai Yi Shen, one of the gods of 9 songs. Tai Yi Wheel, Time and Space Reversal. A light wheel flew out from Tai Yi Shen's hand. Then, a magical scene happened. The destroyed lady worshipping tribe was slowly restored to its original state, as if a picture was rewound. However, the restoration was not perfect. The Tai Yi Shen that Chu Ping summoned had yet to recover from his injuries. Naturally, the divine ability he displayed could not be perfect. Those who were turned into ashes also had their time and space reversed. The ashes on the ground reformed into physical bodies. However, these bodies were just empty shells. They could only be considered as corpses. Thus, Chu Ping activated the power of Great Sea Ming God, one of the gods of 9 songs. Lamp of life and death, life extension. An ancient lamp that was burning with black and white flames flew out from Great Sea Ming God's hand. The souls of the corpses on the ground were instantly reignited. Their souls had returned. Huh? Why am I not dead? What happened just now? I don't seem to remember clearly. The cultivators who were resurrected wore blank expressions. They did not know what was going on. However, they did not know that the reason why they could be resurrected was all thanks to Chu Ping. Speaking of which, if you can resurrect true monarch Beihai together with him, it will save us a lot of trouble. Lai Yuko suddenly asked. I have already tried to do that secretly. Unfortunately, I can't do it at all. The cauldron that Ning Fan used to kill true monarch Beihai is too special. I don't know the origin of that cauldron. The people who were killed by it are actually beyond the life and death authority of Great Sea Ming God. Strange. The number of people who were resurrected seems to have decreased by a lot. Chu Ping suddenly exclaimed softly. He realized that none of the cultivators who were resurrected by him were from the lady-worshipping tribe. In other words, before this, there was not a single member of the lady-worshipping tribe who died. It turned out that Ning Fan did not escape from this place alone. Instead, he brought the entire lady-worshipping tribe with him. Impossible. Little Gung Wu's 100 times tribulation flash arrived in an instant. How could he bring so many people out of this place in just an instant? The Kun of the Northern Sea found it hard to believe. Don't forget that this person has already recognized the time of this place. An instant in your eyes might be 10 years or 100 years in his eyes. With such sufficient time, it's not surprising for him to do anything. Lai Yuko explained. His eyes, however, inadvertently showed a hint of surprise. He was very surprised. According to his understanding, Ning Fan and the lady-worshipping tribe had never met before. To Ning Fan, it was not an exaggeration to say that these members of the lady-worshipping tribe were strangers. As a cultivator, when facing the encirclement of 4 ancient great cultivators and facing the 100 times tribulation flash that arrived in an instant, a normal person would subconsciously seek a way to save their own life. Who would care about the safety of strangers? However, Ning Fan saved the entire lady-worshipping tribe at the moment of life and death. Is it because this person has absolute confidence that he is not afraid of the 100 times tribulation flash? Or perhaps, even if he could not defeat the 100 times tribulation flash and knew that saving these people would only become a burden to him, he still did it. Why? Why did he make such a decision? I don't understand. Lai Yuko's eyes were filled with confusion for a moment. He was an absolutely rational person. Therefore, he could not understand a choice that was beyond reason. Ning Fan escaped. The reason why he was in such a hurry to leave this place was not because he was afraid of Lai Yuko and the others. Instead, he was worried that if he continued to fight, he would implicate the entire lady-worshipping tribe. The 100 times tribulation flash that Gung Wu released was too fast. Almost at the same time when the red light appeared, the damage had already reached Ning Fan. Fortunately, Ning Fan had recognized this place as his master in advance. Thus, he had enough time to summon the virtuous umbrella to defend himself against the 100 times tribulation flash and save the entire lady-worshipping tribe. As for the other cultivators of the tribe, they were not within his range of rescue. It had nothing to do with him whether they wanted to live or die. He did not run too far away. His opponents were 4 ancient great cultivators. No matter where he hid in this small northern heaven, they could still catch up to him. Anywhere could be a battlefield. When he thought of Xue Shun, Gung Wu, using the 100 times tribulation flash that could destroy heaven and earth, Ning Fan could not help but feel worried for the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. He was worried that the entire northern heaven would not be able to withstand the torment of Gung Wu and the others. In the end, Ning Fan chose to return to the Zi-Wei North Pole Palace. Even though this palace had already recognized him as its master, he could not guarantee that he could keep the ancient great cultivators out of the Realm River. If the enemies insist on chasing him into this palace, he would just have a battle with them here. In any case, this place was an immortal emperor's cave. It should be able to withstand a fierce battle between multiple great cultivators. Speaking of which, Lai Yuko fought me because of this mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood. What will he do if I consume it? Ning Fan and Lai Yuko had only met once. However, they had at least exchanged blows and tested each other to a certain extent. The human heart and the words of humans could be deceiving. However, divine abilities and Dao magic were directly related to one's Dao heart. Through the exchange of divine abilities and Dao magic, Ning Fan also gained a certain understanding of Lai Yuko's rigidity and rationality. He had various guesses in his mind. In the end, he decided to consume the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood to see what his opponent would do next. As expected. The moment Ning Fan consumed the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood, Lai Yuko retracted his spirit sense that had been locking onto him. As expected. Once this person loses his target, he will choose to give up. Ning Fan muttered to himself. However, he did not know that the reason why Lai Yuko gave up on chasing him was partly because of Chu Ping's persuasion. That's fine as well. Since he did not come to provoke me, I will slowly refine this middle grade 10,000 spirit blood. I have already cultivated the rain palm position. If I refine the power of the title within this pill, it might cause my reign will to undergo a qualitative change, even though the territory and clan formation of the Lady Offering clan had been repaired by Chu Ping, only 90% of it had been restored. Chu Ping and the others had no choice but to stay here temporarily and use their own methods to further strengthen the newly rebuilt Lady Offering clan. Right at this moment, a long howl suddenly sounded from the sea area around the Lady Offering clan. Along with that howl, a one-eyed giant walked towards them on the sea. This one-eyed giant was not a member of the myriad races in the World River. Therefore, when he was advancing in the World River, he inevitably encountered countless cultivators of different races. Stop him. We can't let him run wild in the World River. An immortal king of the Black Water race dashed towards the one-eyed giant while stepping on the black water. After that, the one-eyed giant casually swung his palm and sent him flying several million li away. Who are you exactly? An immortal emperor of the dragon swallow race dashed towards the one-eyed giant while holding a trident. After that, he was also sent flying by the one-eyed giant's palm. This one-eyed giant was too strong. He walked among the thousands of troops of the different races as if he was entering an uninhabited land. Even if a few immortal emperors of different races joined forces, they could not withstand more than a few moves from the one-eyed giant. At this moment, a cultivator of the different races finally recognized him. This one-eyed giant turned out to be the leader of the allied army of the Northern Heavens cultivators, the infamous old ancestor Eye Devil. Damn it! This old ancestor Eye Devil had changed into a new physical body. His chi had become even more mysterious and unpredictable. No wonder no one could recognize him at first sight. Weak. Too weak. None of you from the myriad races in the World River can fight. Where are the three celestial sovereigns? Why don't you come out and fight with me again? Yes. Yes. You 3-star monarchs are busy bullying my little brother Ning with your numbers. 3 against 1, bullying my little brother Ning. Despicable. How despicable. 3 against 1. Ah no. It's 4 against 1. The one-eyed giant sneered. It was strange. Although this one-eyed giant had a huge body, his laughter was extremely wretched. It was very similar to the eye monster that Ning Fan was familiar with. As a matter of fact, he was the eye monster himself. After the eye monster parted ways with Ning Fan in the past, he came to the northern heaven. After that, when the world river was in chaos, he took the initiative to join the allied army of the northern heavens cultivators and led them to fight against the different races in the world river. On this day, the eye monster was guarding the northern world river as usual. Unexpectedly, the chi of a great battle suddenly broke out in the world river. It turned out that there were grand cultivators fighting each other. What surprised the eye monster even more was that one of the chi was so familiar. Isn't that Ning Fan's chi? Forgive me for being ignorant. When did this kid come to the northern heaven? Why is he fighting against the ancient great cultivators? Even though the eye monster did not know the cause and effect of this matter, he still forced his way into the depths of the world river as soon as he sensed Ning Fan's presence. Why did he rush over in such a hurry? Naturally, it was because there was more than one great cultivator surrounding Ning Fan. The eye monster was worried that Ning Fan might get hurt. That was why he rushed over to help. After the eye monster rushed into the depths of the world river, he was blocked all the way. It took him a lot of effort to reach the territory of the woman-worshipping clan. Right at this moment, the surface of the border river suddenly lit up with a formation of light. Then, hundreds of millions of foreign cultivators floated out of the water. They actually secretly gathered their magic power and formed a great formation to trap the eyeball monster in the formation. This formation gathered the magic power of hundreds of millions of cultivators. It was very powerful. But so what? The eye monster took off the bow on his back. No one knew the origin of this bow. Its chi had actually reached the peak of high-grade innate magic treasure. It was very close to the legendary supreme-grade innate magic treasure. Big brother eye monster. Quickly pull my bowstring. Quickly shoot my arrow. Let this group of ants see the power of us two brothers. This treasure bow could actually talk. It was not the treasure bow itself that was talking. Instead, it was the treasure spirit of the treasure bow that was talking. The eye monster chuckled and nodded. It was considered to have responded to the treasure spirit's request. Then, he pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. Wherever the arrow passed, everything was drowned in candlelight. Hundreds of millions of formations were destroyed. After that, the eye monster separated the waves and charged all the way to the woman-worshipping tribe. You are all ancient great cultivators. The four of you actually joined hands to attack my poor little brother Ning. Hee hee. Little brother Ning, quickly take a look and see who is here to help you. Don't tell me that you don't know me after we parted that day. The eye monster arrived at the woman-worshipping tribe. He was full of momentum and wanted to help Ning Fan in the battle. However, Ning Fan was already gone. The eye monster was a little confused. He sensed that things were not that simple. He began to doubt the need for him to go through so much trouble to come here. Before he could react, Lai Yuko, Chu Ping, the great Kun of the Northern Sea and Gung Wu had already surrounded him. Where is my little brother Ning? The eye monster felt that the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. He has left. But now, you are here. Lai Yuko said indifferently. Oh. He has already left. Alright then. I will leave too. Goodbye. The eye monster smiled awkwardly. Che. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? The great Kun of the Northern Sea said in a deep voice. That's right. That's what I think. Goodbye. Fly, my little feather. The eye monster raised his hand and summoned a ray of red light. At the next moment, he ignored the magic power of the four great cultivators and left directly. Damn it! Are we going to chase after him? The great Kun of the Northern Sea asked. Ignore him. Continue to strengthen the formation of the woman-worshipping tribe. Lai Yuko chose to ignore the eye monster. However, before Lai Yuko could finish strengthening the formation of the woman-worshipping tribe, something even bigger was coming. No one knew what exactly happened. The only thing they knew was that a shrill, angry, and murderous cry of a crane suddenly resounded throughout the entire world river. Then, a crane shadow flew to the woman-worshipping tribe recklessly. It was a nascent soul realm demon crane. Its 64 wings were broken, both of its eyes were dug out and half of its sea of consciousness was destroyed. It was riddled with injuries. It was only a nascent soul realm cultivator, but its pressure was too terrifying. Apart from Lai Yuko, who could remain calm in front of this crane, the other three were all shocked by the demon crane's pressure. When the demon crane chanted, heaven and earth were reversed. When he chanted again, the sea became the sky and the sky became the sea. He stood upside down between heaven and earth and looked at all living things as if they were reversed. I can't come with my real body, so I can only send a crane shadow. This doesn't violate the agreement between me and Old Master Hebo, right? The demon crane said in a deep voice while crying. His crying was indescribably sad. The tears that flowed from his empty eye sockets were the color of blood. However, when they fell into the world river, the blood tears dyed the water of the world river into the colors of yin and yang. According to the agreement, even Senior's crane shadow can't come to the world river and interfere with the war of four heavens. Lai Yuko cupped his fists and bowed. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Interfere with the war of four heavens? Which eye of yours saw me interfering? Is it this one? The demon crane raised his claw and the claw shadow flashed. No one saw how he attacked. However, when everyone reacted, they found that there was an extra eyeball in the demon crane's claw. Lai Yuko's left eye was bleeding. His left eye was gouged out. Impossible. Brother Lai has the invincible protector. How can he be injured like this? Chu Ping was shocked. De Kun of the North Sea and Gung Wu were shocked. Only Lai Yuko himself was still calm, as if he didn't mind that one of his eyes was gouged out. He said indifferently, even so, Senior still broke the promise. Broke the promise? So what? Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who breaks a promise in the world? You, Hongjun, also broke the promise that day. That's not important. Not important. But you shouldn't have bullied me with your numbers and killed my junior brother. Junior brother, junior brother. My poor junior brother. I just took a small nap and didn't pay attention to your daily life. How can I be separated from you by life and death? Have you been killed by old man Hongjun? Why don't you reply? Say something. I beg you, I beg you. If you're still alive, say something to senior brother. If you're already dead, then. Sure enough, sure enough. There's no answer. Junior brother, you're already dead. Ah, it's my fault. I shouldn't have slept so much. I shouldn't have. No, it's not my fault. It's the world's fault. It's Hongjun's fault. It's all your fault. The demon crane let out a mournful cry. That kind of sorrow was deep and hopeless. It was as if it had lost its junior brother. It had lost everything and no longer had the motivation to live. Without junior brother, what's the use of this world? The demon crane cried and pierced the sky of the border river with its claw. Endless 3 calamities and 5 tribulations leaked out from the gap in the sky. Disasters swept over. Seeing that the demon crane was going to make a scene, the border river would be destroyed. De Kun of the North Sea couldn't stand it anymore. It wanted to stop the demon crane from going crazy. Senior, don't be crazy here, then. She was torn into 2 by the demon crane. Miraculously, even after being torn into 2, the Kun of the North Sea actually didn't die. Her vitality was too strong. However, she was still shocked by the demon crane's ferocity. An ancient great cultivator was torn apart just like that. What kind of monster is this demon crane exactly? How could there be such a terrifying existence in the age of chaos? Senior and I Crane, if you came to look for Ning Fan, he has already escaped from this place. Lai Yuko decided to explain to the demon crane about Ning Fan. However, this demon crane's insanity had completely flared up. How would it be willing to listen to others? Escape? Ha ha ha. Hong Jun. Bullshit. How could my junior brother escape? Even if he died, he couldn't just sit and watch Master do nothing. You knew that he would come. You knew that he would fall into your trap. You know that he won't escape at all, no matter how painful it is. You killed my junior brother, but you still deny it? Give me back my junior brother. Give me back my junior brother. I am not Hongjun. Lai Yuko said. Yes. Yes. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself Hongjun? In this world, only my junior brother is worthy of the two words Hongjun. Hurry up and return this name to me. I will kill you. I will kill you. On this day, the alien races in the world river were faced with an unprecedented tribulation. It was said that in the end, it was the legendary old ancestor He Bo who personally came forward and persuaded the demon crane to leave after sacrificing half of his physical body. After that, Lai Yuko and the others went through untold hardships to mend the hole in the sky that was pierced by the demon crane. Just mending the sky took a lot of effort. However, Ning Fan did not know about all of this at all. 10,000 scrolls from the past to the present are eternal. A single window sends fleeting years away. However, in this mountain, the clouds were deep and unknown. The days when Ning Fan was in seclusion to refine the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood were simple and boring. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.